Welcome back, everybody. There's one thing I would like to suggest is if you could move closer to the stage and make sure that on your table you have a microphone. So if there's no microphone on your table, don't look the microphone on the table next to you, but change table, please. So I think it's very important to move closer. I think what we're delighted, Andy, Rima, and I, to have been able to put such a program together, and that's obviously thanks to you, and thanks to Bjorn and the GDC for sponsoring and organizing this. I think one key thing that is different in this context than what you had before is there's as much information sent out than feedback from everybody to the presenter. So we really would like the academic format to be to prevail here. So I will ask a lot of the people who have questions to feel comfortable asking those questions, and I think that's important. One word before I pass the microphone to Andy. I think as researchers, I think it was very important for us in this particular context to expose you and especially the more junior crowd to why we are doing the research, who is reading our research, and who is putting our research into practice. So obviously, in academia, in this academic world, we look to our referees, we look at our peers, but there is a world beyond university, and I think that was one objective of mixing a little bit practitioners and research, is to expose you to who are those people in the world outside of the walls of academia, and I think that was important. So once again, thank you for coming to talk about your research here, and I'll pass the microphone to Andy. Thanks.
All right. So I'm very pleased to have had the opportunity, along with Rima and Tone, to help put this together. I would say that I'm old enough to remember several sort of new areas emerging within the field development and within that various sort of subfields, and I feel like sort of building something like this is a little bit like catching a wave. You can't get on too early; there's nothing there. You'll be run over. If you get it too late, the wave goes by. And so Rima and I tried to time it right, and judging from the papers that came in the door, as well as the people sitting in the room and the energy we saw yesterday at the poster session, I think we're riding a pretty good wave. And so I'm really encouraged by all of this. I hope that this is not the beginning. I think building this research community will be really important. It's obviously important for each of you as academics, but it's also really important for the world. And this partnership that we didn't know about when we started to plan this, of the Joint Data Center and the work with UNHCR. And the World Bank, I think, really is the sort of set of resources that will allow this academic community to build. Now, I have a selfish motive in putting this together, which is I'm the editor of the Journal of Development Economics, and as many of you know, one of the things we'd like to do is to have a special issue, and I hope this will be one of the most cited special issues that we've done in a long time. And so, this will be, we'll send out an email to presenters and open a window on the JD with a special session on forced displacement. It'll be a closed submission, and if you don't get an email and you want, and for some reason, let me know. Maybe we have the email wrong and so forth. We'll have a fairly short date on initial submissions, something like March 1. And then we'll go through a sort of abbreviated referee process. We typically have one internal person and one external person on special sessions, so there'll be a regular referee process. So it'll be a refereed journal publication, and we hope to move it along fairly quickly and then to release a special issue. So we'll send out some emails on this. I just wanted to remind you that papers that are accepted for this conference are eligible part of the journal, and I really hope that most of you will do that. It's not a requirement in any way, but I think having these papers all together will create some visibility for the field in a way that wouldn't otherwise. So if you have any questions, feel free to come by and talk to me at any time or send me an email later on. But as I say, we'll send out an email. The main thing is to watch the deadline in the portal and get something in so that we can sort of move this ahead fairly quickly. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Philip Verwimp. I'm professor of development economics in Brussels. It's my pleasure to chair the first academic session of the conference. We have 3 presentations, so I will invite them to come sit on the floor. So Stefanie, Onder, Hisham, Esper, and Quy-Toan, please come forward. So Each presentation is about 30-35 minutes. In order for them to get into the flow of presenting, I would ask you not to ask questions in the first 10 minutes. If then you have a question that's a clarification question, please raise your finger and I will give you the chance to ask the question. And after the presentation, we have some 10 minutes available for critical questions for each presentation before I switch to the next paper. All right? So, Stefanie, you please come forward, present yourself in maybe in 1 minute, and then give you the floor for your presentation. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much and good morning. My name is Stefanie Onder. I'm an assistant professor of economics at American University. So that is American University in Washington, D.C. I know there are lots of American universities all over the world, but that is the one, and actually it's strangely enough separate from all those other American universities. So that's a confusing part. And within the school, I'm in the School of International Service, where we're building up the econ crowd. So I'm delighted today to present some joint work that I've done with Laurie Beaman at Northwestern University and Harun Onder at the World Bank. And so the purpose of this work was really to try to understand how refugees make return decisions, if they choose to return. So our question is, when do refugees return home? And we're trying to understand, as they weigh the payoffs they face in the current country of asylum with conditions back home, what drives them potentially to return. And in particular, we're looking at Syrian refugees who have been displaced following the still ongoing conflict. And we focused on those who are based in the Mashreq region, by which I essentially mean North Africa and the Middle East, where most of them are currently based. I just have to give you one small caveat to this paper. So an earlier version of this paper fed into a recent World Bank report that came out in January. It's on the mobility of displaced Syrians. It's a social economic analysis. Since then, the paper has evolved quite a bit further, but I just wanted to let you know that this is where we fed in. This is an easily searchable report in case you're interested. All right, so I did want to start out. I know Ola just said we shouldn't put sensational pictures out there, but I did want to put a picture in your head. I mean, I know you're all familiar with the Syrian conflict, but I just wanted to give you a picture of how conditions on the ground could potentially look like. This is a very famous picture of Kobani shortly after the ISIS siege in 2015. As you can see, the destruction is apocalyptic. Surprisingly enough, most of the town actually was rebuilt after the siege and then came again under attack under the recent Turkish offensive. And so just more generally, of course, the Syrian conflict has really been one of the most devastating conflicts of the past few decades. It has caused about 400,000 direct conflict-related deaths of people dying as a consequence of the conflict, but then millions more due to the severe deprivation that they face in living in besieged cities like Kobani. Of course, also the physical destruction. It's, of course, not every city looks like this with every single building demolished, but at least in almost all major urban towns, half of the schools and the hospitals are beyond functioning. They're damaged to the extent that they can't function anymore. And of course, given 8 years of conflict, the sectarian divisions in the country, of course, have deepened. Another dimension of the human toll of the war is, of course, the displacement crisis, which I think you can definitely say is one of the largest since World War II. And just again, to give you numbers, I mean, you're all very well informed on this, as we know, about more than half of the Syrian pre-conflict population has been displaced. So of the 20.7 million people who used to live in Syria before the conflict, now 5.4 million are registered as refugees. So those are the ones who actually approached UNHCR for aid. This is probably a lower bound, given that not every refugee does that. And about 6.2 million are internally displaced. So now, of course, the big question is, and you will ask me this, why would anybody return under these circumstances to the country? Has anybody returned at all? And they have. It's a small number, but it is non-negligible. And of course, again, as we've been talking about all day, data on this is difficult. And so we have been referring to the data provided to us by UNHCR. And what UNHCR does is it verifies those people who are registering with them, and they check in on them on frequent intervals, and then they say at some point, and now I have returned, or the family members tell them someone has returned, and UNHCR verifies this. And if you come to that, it's about 104,000 people who have returned so far. But now, first of all, so where are these refugees? And I mean, you all know this, of course. The vast majority of them is in the Mashreq. No matter what you read in other news presses, both in absolute and relative terms, the largest numbers of Syrian refugees is in the Mashreq. And again, I know from the quiz you just took earlier, you all know where they are. They are in Lebanon and Jordan, most importantly. And the burden on these host communities is tremendous. So at the peak, there was a quarter of the host country's population was made up of refugees. So I currently live in the United States. So the latest census, I think, put the US population at 330 million. So that would be 82 million refugees arriving in the United States. In terms of the economic and social strain that is placed on these host communities, that is, of course, tremendous. In our analysis, we will be focusing on those countries. So primarily, we're looking at Iraq, where there really most refugees are in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, and Lebanon and Jordan, who all have a significant share of the population. Typically, now I think it's more between like 5 and 20%. And then, of course, Turkey. There's a big caveat on Turkey that some of you might know. So Turkey does not directly collaborate with UNHCR on the refugee population they have. They have their own registration process, which is separate from the UNHCR. The data was not accessible to us. So as we go forward, I will need to bracket out Turkey. But we will focus primarily on Jordan and Lebanon, and to some extent also on Iraq, where the refugee population is such a large chunk of their population. I also have 2 columns in here describing where they are within the country. You can see some are in camp, some are out camp. That just varies by country. For instance, in Lebanon, there are no camps at all. And then the last column gives you how many have returned. And again, you can see these numbers are small in absolute numbers, but in terms of relative terms, for instance, for Iraq, more than 10% of the refugees have returned. For Jordan and Lebanon, the numbers are more around 2. So now let's think more about those who have returned. So I want to make very clear who I mean by who has returned. So these returns are voluntary returns and unassisted returns. So I'm not talking about people who were packed up by the authorities, didn't have valid papers, and were dropped off at the border. These are people who, out of their own volition, make a decision to return home, and they typically do this unassisted. And the number is small but non-negligible. So for those countries we're looking at, it's about 77,000 people, or 3.5%. So now, of course, the big question is, who are they and where do they return to? I'm afraid I cannot answer this last question. All I know is who the refugees are, what their characteristics are, and where they are originally from within Syria. So I know if they are from a given sub-district outside Damascus, for instance, or if they are from the Idlib province. And all I know is that they have returned, but we do not know to which district or where they ultimately go, because as soon as they cross the border, that's where UNHCR loses contact with people. But what I can tell you is that there is a lot of variability in terms of returns of people's origin district, and of course how that varies over time. Initially, Laurie asked me to put in a figure to show you how it varies over time, but this is a very boring, skewed graph with a big spike and then a very long tail. So it's not extremely informative, so I wanted to give you some figures. So it varies a lot about not only where people are originally from, but also over time. And so the first thing is, on average, in a given month, from a given sub-district, 3 people return. So numbers are low. Of course, we're talking about a small number of returns, but the variation is enormous. So there are some monthly observations where more than 800 people from a given sub-district returns, but also for 2/3 of our month sub-district observations, nobody ever returns. And then there are even some districts where people are from where no one ever returns during our entire sample period, which is from the beginning of the conflict until mid-March. And so in our analysis, we will exploit this variation both across origin districts and over time. And so now the big question, of course, is how do they make these decisions? How do they decide what to return? And of course, as we were starting this project, we looked to the literature. We said, okay, what have people done on this? And just trying to understand the return decision of refugees, there's virtually nothing. The vast majority of the literature to date is truly qualitative. So there is this report by Harold et al., which has a lot of case studies of different people returning from Iraq, from Africa, from Afghanistan, from different places in the world, but it's all qualitative. They identify push factors, they identify pull factors, but there's not much quantitative analysis. This World Bank report is the one I showed you initially. It does a first attempt to this, and so we're trying to build on this. However, we can borrow from a very related literature, which is the temporary economic migration literature. And so how they argue people make a return decision, in this case temporary economic migrants, is that they look at their current condition in the country of host country or asylum country and say, so what are my expected payoffs at this point? What am I earning? What am I anticipating to earn? What are the other socioeconomic factors in this country? And then they compare this to their home economy and compare the two. If the expected returns of the origin country are higher, they choose to return. So that is essentially the idea. And the temporary economic migration literature has studied this extensively, starting back in the 1990s. And they say it is extremely important upfront to think about this. Because what they say is, in this case, if a temporary economic migrant arrives in their host country, already at this point, they typically have an ex-ante return probability. They are saying, for instance, I come here, I will study, I might work a few years, and then I return home. Or I choose to come to this host country, I work all my working life, and then I want to retire back home. And they say it's very important to think about this upfront, because this ex-ante return probability will determine their ex-post economic behavior in terms of savings, in terms of what kind of jobs they do, in terms of their wages. So the first ones who discussed this were Gala and Stark, who were showing that savings rates might be different as people intertemporally smooth their income over time. They say, I might save now while I'm in the host country and then spend when I come home. And so, for instance, the paper by Bauer and Sinnig actually shows, by comparing permanent migrants to temporary economic migrants to natives, to compare their savings rates. And they do find that temporary economic migrants save more. Then this other paper by Dussmann, for instance, looks at the labor market force participation decisions. And there they find, for instance, that married women of temporary migrants work, while they're in this case Germany, whereas those married women of permanent migrants do not, because their shadow wages in their home countries is so much lower, so they earn an income here and then go home and retire. And so, of course, this is a very useful framework to think about as you think about refugees, but of course they will be different. And they will be different in one important respect, and that is that ex-ante return probability. If you just think about what Ambassador Afi, sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, was saying, many of these situations are protected. Some people might never return. And why do they not? Because it could potentially be extremely dangerous to them to return. There might be political distributions, there might be fears for their life, effectively. So as refugees arrive in an asylum country, they already think, is it likely I will ever return? Possibly not or not. And that will influence how they act economically. And so again, there has been not much work on this. So these Gallo and Stark papers, again, talk about temporary economic migrants, but it's the same logic. And Cortes is one of the few who has actually looked at this. And so he compared refugees and temporary economic migrants in the US to look how they perform in their earnings profiles. And what he finds is that initially refugees are worse off. They typically displaced. This was not something that they chose, but because of some violence, they were pushed out. So of course, they have a harder start. But over time, they improve. And they overtake the temporary economic migrants. And one reason why he says this is because they make an investment into the human capital that is specific to the host country. In this case, they learned English and they acquired some specific skills. So again, their anticipation was, it's very likely I'll be able to return home to my country, so I will probably stay here, so I better make it successful and invest in it. And so that is kind of the logic we are using as we analyze this. So now you might say, of course, not a lot of the literature is really studying this return decision. What does this mean for the broader field of forced displacement? And it has a very important decision, because if you think about, we have these refugees all displaced to a given country, and they make a decision about whether they're going to return or not. And of course, only a subset of them will return, a self-selected subset. And of course, this not only has implications on the part that we study of why do they return home, but it also has an implication for the refugee population that stays. And most importantly, it will impact their assimilation profile. And again, this is something that has been studied extensively in the temporary economic migration literature, where they're saying there is some selection process ongoing of the initial displacement, only some return. And there are different conditions under which they return. This can be negative or positive. So for instance, the Abramitsky paper is looking at the mass migration of Europeans to the United States, and she actually finds that there's some negative self-selection. Those who cannot make it in the US actually choose to return home. So there's some process ongoing that as some people choose to return, the remaining refugee pool changes in characteristics. And then, of course, this does have an impact on the economic impact on the host communities, where most of the literature has studied to date. And so I've listed the literature here. You are all, of course, very familiar with this literature, which is trying to understand what does the presence of refugees mean for the host communities. But one important factor that has not yet been considered here is that this pool of refugees changes over time, and that its qualities might change as there's some self-selection in return migration. But this is just kind of an outlook of what we think our paper could potentially mean for future studies. Does that make sense up to now? Yeah? Alrighty, so now let me tell you what we do. Essentially what we're trying to do is we try to provide a systematic empirical analysis of spontaneous return behavior. So this spontaneous return behavior, I just defined it here for you, but I'm sure many of you know what this means essentially in refugee speak. So this means that a refugee decides to return home voluntarily, independently, and typically unassisted. As you all know, at this point, UNHCR does not yet think that conditions are ready for large-scale return of refugees to Syria, given the security concerns, there's no political resolution, etc. But those refugees here that we have in our sample, they have chosen to return out of their own volition. And what we're trying to do is we try to study this small non-negligible number, and we're only able to do this, of course, because we have access to specific data. So the first one is really thanks to UNHCR. They have given us access to their registration database, which is extremely rich, covering 2.2 million Syrian refugees, and we have a lot of microcharacteristics. All their social and economic and demographic information, where they are based, and where they're originally from in Syria. And then we're combining this together with information that we collected on conflict dynamics in Syria, on the conditions on the ground in Syria in terms of non-conflict variables, and then also we have information on the conditions they face in the countries of asylum. So, but now you will say, well, you just told us that only 3% of people return. This is nice and interesting, of course, you want to understand why they return, but what does this mean for all those remaining refugees who have stayed? What can I learn about under which conditions they might potentially consider to return? Because we were just saying it's probably a self-selected set. So to complement and to test really the external validity of what we find out of these observed returns, we also did a small survey, let me put it all here, where we essentially went to refugees who are currently in Jordan and Lebanon, and we presented them with what we call vignettes or hypothetical return scenarios. We describe to them a situation of a hypothetical Syrian family, and then we say, now let's change the conditions to something that we haven't yet observed, and under which conditions do you think they're likely or very likely to return? And this allows us to test the external validity because these guys are reflective of the broader population, and so we can see to what extent do we get similar patterns to those that we observed from those who've returned. Now let me give you a brief preview of what we find. So unsurprisingly enough, as I'm sure you would all, that would be our initial hunch, is of course security and economic conditions in Syria matter. What we've done is that we've quantified this. And so what we find is that a standard deviation improvement in economic conditions increases the number of returns by 4%. A reduction in conflict, similar standard deviation, increases the number of returns by 6%. Of course, these are small numbers, but still we do find significant impacts. And what is good is that once we ask similar questions in the context of these vignettes, which represent the much broader population, we get the same story. So it's a consistent story. What is slightly more surprising is that we find that the conditions in the host countries, there the story is a little more nuanced. And most importantly, what we find, and I know people had concerns about this indicator before, but we find that those refugees who report eating more meals per day are more likely to return. And I know, who was it, just in the earlier session, someone was saying that, asking people how many meals a day do you eat, is that really a good indicator? So we got this information from vulnerability surveys where we have many other numbers too. And so just to give you a sense, most Syrian refugee families currently eat 2 meals a day. They need to restrict meals for adults. They need to restrict portion size. They need money to borrow food. So these people are extremely poor. More than half to 60% of them are extremely poor, and they do not have enough money to put food on their tables. So that just like to put this in context. So these are really extremely poor people who are struggling, but those who eat more meals are more likely to return. And this might be contrary to especially what some host country governments might consider, that they say, if conditions are harsh and difficult for refugees, this might encourage them to return, as in pushing them out. But this is at least not what we find. And to rationalize this a little bit, we have developed a small framework. I don't think, given the time constraint, I have time to go into it, but let me just give you the intuition. And so the main idea is that if there is an increase in your income in the country of asylum, allowing you to feed yourself better, essentially, low-income refugees might return if there's very high mobility costs. And let me just give you the intuition for this, and I have equations and a figure for this later in case you're interested. So of course, in a very trivial way, if return is expensive, there's some people who simply can't afford it. They are credit constrained. This is essentially the corner solution where they say, I would like to go home, but I just can't afford the logistical cost, the cost for buying my documentation, etc. So that is, in a way, the uninteresting solution of we always know some people might not be able to afford it. But there might be a second category that is an interior solution who are unable to return. And these are people who have low income levels, but the opportunity of cost of return is very high for them. And it might be too high initially. However, then a small increase in income might relax that opportunity cost for them sufficiently to induce them to return. And this is what we think might explain our result. And I promise you we'll get back into this intuition later when we move to the discussion. So before I start talking about data and results, are there any questions at this point? Or yes, please, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
My question is about, given the data that you have, I would like to know whether it would be possible to link the refugees who return to some family or networks of refugees who did not return, because this might be an explanation for what we call credit constraints.
Sure.
Because obviously they don't borrow from banks.
No.
They borrow from friends and relatives. And therefore, I mean, this, so if it's match the kind of family,
understand what you mean.
networks of people who are able to lend money.
Of course. So the only information that we have is everybody who is within the case. So when you approach, and this actually, my next slide will start talking about the refugee data in more detail. But essentially, when you go to register with UNHCR, you're the principal applicant, and everybody who is in your family, so in my case, my husband, my kids, my mom, my uncle, my brother, would all be registered with me. So I register as the main person, and then what we know is who else is part of your case and their characteristics. But I do not know if they have other family currently in Lebanon. I would not know this. So perhaps let me tell you about the data, unless there's another burning question. Yes, Rima.
Hi, is this better?
Yes, thank you.
No, I was saying it's a very interesting paper and great data. And going back to this, the eating more meals, I was thinking about this and that it could go both ways. On one hand, the credit constrained story, I think we've seen in other contexts. For example, there's been a recent paper looking at Mexico when there's been, climate shocks, with bad conditions and droughts. The randomized experiment of Progressa, getting extra income led to more migration, which made families better off. So I see some support for that story. I could also see some support, though, for the other story that was raised before about eating more meals, that if I know I'm going to stay, I might want to report less because I want to get onto social benefits programs, whereas I know if I'm looking to leave, I might be more honest. And so the question is there other data that you can use in terms of whether or not you get access to transfer programs, even if you tried to apply before you left, or anything that can help rule out that story?
We actually were supposed to do this and haven't yet gotten around to it. Because as you will see later, when we did the vignettes, we asked them the same vulnerability questions that UNHCR asked them, because our vulnerability data comes from the UN, which is, of course, providing them most of their assistance. And so we actually, one purpose why we did the vignette and then also the socioeconomic indicators, we wanted to see if there's a systematic difference. If they know that this is just some random survey firm that they don't get anything off, and they're not different. And to your disappointment, I'm afraid we haven't done that yet, but I will when we get home. No, this is always something pending, but I think this is important in terms of this honesty question. So I'll make sure we'll do that. And then we can see we did not find much difference, but let me double check and go back. Does that help?
We are already moving into the discussion, so
okay, shall I move on?
You only have 10 more minutes because we have already.
Okay, let me go on.
Then we have discussion.
Okay, very good. Let me show you our main data. And so I have to say this is a big thanks to UNHCR. Without their data, we could have never done this. So what they provided us is their Profile Global Registration System, or PROGRESS, which is essentially the administrative database. And what it is essentially a civil registrar. So people approach UNHCR and tell them that, I'm a refugee, I need assistance, and then they get recorded. And then there's frequent updates throughout. UNHCR keeps checking in. And it starts in January 2011, and we got it until March 2018. And so it's about 2.2 million Syrian refugees without Turkey. And so we have a lot of information. I just provided you the main ones. So we have information on their age, gender, marital status, religion, ethnicity, education. We know their registration status. We know when they arrived and, if applicable, the date of return. We know the kinship relationship in the case where we just talked about. And then we also know where they're currently based and where they're originally from. And so just let me show you two figures just to give you a sense of how this data looks like. So this is comparing, without controlling for anything else, returnees to non-returnees in terms of age distribution. And you can already see the returnees, there's much fewer children, but a large chunk of older returnees. So the 65 plus cohort is much more represented in the returnee sample. This is two blobs of violin charts for adult education. And this is a bit harder to see, but I don't know if you can notice the non-returnees have a much smaller share of no education amongst adults. It's, I think, 12%? And there's nearly 20% in the returnee sample. So the overall level of education of the returnees is, the median education level is much lower. So now, for the conditions in country of asylum, that is very tricky. The data is extremely limited, but what we did use are these vulnerability surveys conducted in Lebanon and Jordan by the UN. And so they are repeated cross-sections for essentially, let me not go into too much detail, but essentially they cover 2015 to 17. And the samples are tiny, so it's about 2,000 people in Jordan, about 4,000 to 5,000 in Lebanon. What we've tried to do is two things. First of all, we tried to pull out common variables. And you would have hoped that they're similar over time and over space, but that's unfortunately not the case. So we were only able to pull out a few variables that are comparable over time. One is the number of meals variable. Then we also created an index out of all these food variables, restricting portion size, meals per adults, to create an index of food insecurity. And then we have another index for access to public services. Do you have water? Do you have access to a private latrine? And then, of course, since these samples are very small, but we actually have nearly 2 million people in Lebanon and Jordan, we created geographic aggregates at the district level. Within Lebanon and Jordan, everybody who is in Amman at this time gets the average value for people who were surveyed. It's the best thing we can do. Then now for Syria, we have two data sets we collected. The first one is a conflict events panel. And so this is new that we created as part of this data. And so this is based on news items, essentially, and nearly 10 databases. You know there's a whole plethora of data out on the Syrian conflict. So we combined this all, cross-verified it, and it covers the entire period from January 2011 to August, and it's on a monthly level. And what we have, what is very nice, is we have all districts, almost all districts and all governorates. We're missing 3 in Tartus. But what is nice is we have a whole variety of conflict variables. So we know conflict-driven casualties, so not those who die because they don't have enough food, but because of the conflict. And then we have conflict events, not only whether they occur, but also their intensity. And this is anything from light skirmishes to airstrikes to carpet bombing, artillery strikes, and chemical attacks. And then we use this to compute an index, because, you know, which variable do you use? The conflict is made up of all these events. And we just did the normalized principal components analysis index. And then the other thing that we have is who is in control of a given subdistrict. So we know whether it is the government, whether it's non-government forces, or whether that district in a given month is contested. So we have, like, hopefully a lot of dimensions of the conflict. And then we said, yeah, but we really also want non-security related data on Syria, because it might be fighting has stopped, but then it looks like Kobani, there's no electricity, do people return? But of course, there's no comparable panel available. So what we constructed essentially is a data set from nightlights. So this we constructed ourselves using this VIRS instrument from the Suomi National Polar Partnership Satellite. Sorry, I can't say it properly. But essentially what it does, it collects low imaging data, which essentially comes from electricity. This can be grid, this can be generator. And they essentially fly over the same spot every time for a month, and then they take an average. So you now might say fighting makes flares. We're not picking up fighting. So essentially you would need to fight at the exact same time over an entire month. Then we would pick it up. But if it is, sporadic, it should wash out. And again, we have everything. It starts in April 2012, which is when that satellite went up. It's monthly again. We have all sub-districts, and we essentially use an index again, an average index to make things easy. And so this is how it looks like. So I have two pictures here. So just, I'm pointing. So this first part is Syria in the first half of the conflict from 2012 to 2015, and then the second half of the conflict. And one thing, of course, you notice is the lights went out. They lost 65% of their electricity in the first half of the conflict, and then you can see the green parts, which is the new lights, coming back on. It's about half of what was lost was restored, but that is very different across different sub-districts. For instance, in places like Idlib and Aleppo, where fighting has been persistent through all these years, this has been much less. And then at the bottom, you did see the time series of our casualty and conflict index variables, and we see a lot how they vary over time. And so this is the variation we're using. I just wanted to give you an image in your heads that you kind of see what the data is all about. So now, how am I doing on time? Okay, so last but not least, let me tell you the vignette survey, and then perhaps I can skim over the empirical strategy and go to the results straight away. So the last thing we did was this vignette survey, where we did this new survey in Syria and Lebanon. We did this last summer, and essentially we asked about 950 people in both Lebanon and Jordan, looking at both registered refugees, and we also included some who were not registered. The difference in sample size is difference due to presence of unregistered refugees that I can go in later in case you're interested. And so what we did essentially is we presented them hypothetical scenarios, and we presented them 3. And then within each scenario, we varied the details over time. And so what we did is we had security in there, the availability of financial assistance for return, what their employment prospects are in the country of asylum as well as in Syria, the status of their property at home, which is something on which we currently have no information at all. And then we presented them this, and then at the end we asked them, can you rank the likelihood of return for this hypothetical family from very unlikely to very likely? And that's essentially what we use. And I can show you a vignette, but given that time is tight, I might skip that. So now, in terms of the empirical strategy, let me perhaps just show you the overview, and then I skip over the specifications unless you're dying to see them. And then I can just go straight to the results, perhaps, given that time is tight. So we have 2 parts. The first one is trying to understand the returns so far using those 77,000 people who have returned. And we have 2 levels of analysis. One is where we collapse the individual level information we have and look at the number of returnees based on their origin district in a given month. And we match that to our conflict and luminosity data. And we're hoping you're convinced, or we can talk about this more, that this is as causal as we can get, given that very few people return. They probably don't impact conflict on the ground or luminosity on the ground. So just like to try to see to what extent is there a relationship between returns and security and living conditions. And then we go to our individual level analysis and do the same thing. So this first analysis on the monthly subdistrict panel, we run a Poisson quasi-maximum likelihood model since we have account data. And then for the individual level analysis, we have a linear probability model, kind of using the cross-section. But of course, we also want to take advantage of the fact that we have time series data. So at the moment, we're still crunching the number for the survival analysis. This is extremely data intensive. We have to use a server of Northwestern University that only our RA can access. So it's like more than 300 million observations, and it takes like 6 hours to run one regression. So my apologies, but I can assure you the results are online, and we're getting them soon, but I'm afraid I can't show them to you just yet. So this is the first part. But then, of course, we're worried because we know this is just a very small selected sample of our whole refugee population, which is why we do the vignettes analysis. And this is very straightforward linear probability model, and I'll show you the results. So shall I perhaps skip over the empirical strategy and go straight to the results in the interest of time? Yeah, is that good? Oh, so how do I do this now? Do I just flip through? Sorry, I flipped through very quickly. My apologies. Just blur with me for a sec. And I show you the results. Yeah. So first of all, how do conditions in Syria affect return? Which is, the first big question. And so I don't know, I hope at the back you can still see this sufficiently well. So these are yes, okay, good, thank you. So these are the results from our count model. And we're only showing you the main variables. So we're showing you the conflict events index and the luminosity index. And what we have done is, since we don't want to be driven just like by some monthly variation, we look at the average changes over the last half year, comparing the quarter prior to your return to the quarter just before. So that's what these deltas are for. And we have a whole bunch of specifications. So if you just look at the very first row, just going across the specifications, we find what we would have hoped for, that a reduction in conflict increases return, or higher conflict reduces return. And so we have always an OLS specification, which is essentially a log-dependent variable model, and then we have our count model. And so the count model is our preferred one, so the Poisson quasi-maximum likelihood one, because it's more efficient, it's robust to distribution assumptions, it's much better. And then as you move across, you see we're controlling for area of control. We have district year fixed effects in there. And then as we move from columns 1 and 2 to 3 and 4, you will realize we're dropping one governorate, and we're dropping Dara. And for those who are not so familiar with the Syrian conflict, there's one reason for this, is that as part of the Astana peace process, they have set up de-escalation zones together with Jordan, US, and I think Russia, sorry if I'm not getting it wrong, yes. And so the idea is that there are lots of de-escalation zones, but Dara is the only one that shares a border with the country of asylum. So within these de-escalation zones, it's much easier for refugees to return. So the relationship between any conflict and movement is much more messy. And so we have bracketed them out in all what follows. And so if you want to look at the percentage numbers I gave you, they're essentially in column 4, where we include, so you have a 6% decrease if conflict increases, and then the 4% increase if luminosity goes up. And then the last 2 columns test for robustness, including also month fixed effects, in case there's some seasonality to migration. Does that make sense? Yeah? Now, let me show you one more thing. We have a lot of conflict variables. And so we say just because we lose the index, might be good, but we wanted to test how it varies across different types of conflict. We have casualty, which is similar to, which might be similar to our index. And then we also wanted to see, does it matter how indiscriminate the violence is? So a chemical attack impacts everybody. Light skirmishes and fighting might be a bit more, at least localized, and potentially not affect the entire civilian population. And as you see, for casualties, the results are still very significant. Also more or less for chemical weapons, but for skirmishes and fighting, they're a bit lower. But overall, the magnitudes are fairly similar. So we can't with confidence say it's the chemical attacks that deters people, but at least all of them seem to matter. It's also a bit of a robustness check for us. Now, this is for the panel. We also did the individual specific effects, right? We did the vignettes. So now let's look at what people who are currently still in exile think about. And so how you have to read this is you need to look at, the bottom line, where it says we have an omitted category here. So we're asking people, how likely or very likely do you think this family is to return? This is our left-hand side variable. So they say, we think this family is likely to return. And the omitted category is someone that he says, your house at home is intact, and you heard this from a neighbor. So if you look at this, I don't know if you can see, it says 0.381 in the very first column. So what this means is that 38% of our respondents thinks that a family is likely or very likely to return if they find out the house at home is still intact. And they hear this from a neighbor. We then thought it might make a difference who they hear it from, if it's a neighbor or a family member, if there's more trust issues potentially. We do not seem to find that. You see row 1 is insignificant. But we find out, and this is again in line with our conflict results. Oops, we're switching, sorry. It's keeping you up to speed. When you find out now that your house was destroyed, you lose about 22 percentage points less likely to return. And this is about a 60% reduction. So this is tremendous. So, it's obvious, no? If your house is destroyed, would you want to return? This is a direct consequence of the conflict. As you can see, we then tested if there's a difference whether they're registered or unregistered. We think perhaps there is some selection going on in that process. We don't find it. Similarly, we wanted to know, okay, we have conflict, but what about the operating public services on the ground? So we had another question where we asked them, suppose the wife is working at home and you find out that schools in Syria are open and functioning well. In that case, 43% of respondents said they think the family is likely or very likely to return. But once they find out the school resources are poor, so this was the part we randomized, there was an 18 percentage points reduction in that likelihood, or rather like a 40% decline. So this is huge. Interestingly enough, it doesn't matter if the wife is working or not. The story was telling them that initially she did not work back home in Syria, and now she's working as in a house, like as a maid. But whether she does that or not doesn't influence the family's decision to return. So this is just kind of a bit corroborating our broader story. Now, last but not least, I promise you I have one table, the last table, which is about the conditions in the country of asylum. And so, as you might recall, we only have vulnerability surveys for Lebanon and Jordan, so we're limiting it to them. And this is trying to understand, we're controlling for all the demographic factors and country origin controls. It's a terribly long table. I just wanted to show you how the conditions in the country of asylum impact returnees. First, just look in the first column, and this is the result that I showed you earlier, that as a family consumes an extra meal a day, they are 3.6 percentage points more likely to return. This is similar to what we find in the food insecurity index. The sign is the opposite, but slightly smaller magnitude. We don't find much on whether they have access to a latrine or water. That doesn't seem to matter as much. And also those refugees who are in a camp are more likely to return. And then we wanted to see, does this matter if you're a recent refugee, so you're just getting set up, or if you have been well established? And as you can see, the tenured refugees, which is column 2, are really driving these results. And so if a tenured refugee after 1 year is still in a camp, they're finding it very hard to, set up their lives. So that's why we think there might be a positive impact here. Does it make sense? And we find similar results in the survival analysis. Unfortunately, it's just not fully ready yet to show for you. So now, how much more time do I have? Shall I go to conclusion? All right, let me skip over this, how we compare, and I just tell you this in my final slide. Look, here. So what we try to do is we try to analyze the factors influencing the return of these 2.2 million Syrian refugees during an active conflict. That's a big caveat, of course. And we do show, at least I hope you agree, that better security and improved access to utilities in Syria increases the likelihood of return. And this is very in line with what these comparison of adjusted expected payoffs would tell us. No? If conditions back home increase, if the risk-adjusted expected payoff in your home country increases, you're more likely to return because there's less conflict, better services. But we do find that worse conditions in exile do not always stipulate return. And we propose this simple framework, which you can read up in the paper if you're interested, and please let me know your feedback, where an increase in income can trigger return for low-income refugees in the presence of mobility costs. And just a last note on this, mobility costs are huge in this particular context, particularly for civil documentation. The vast majority of refugees no longer have their passports, and it costs between $300 and $800 to get one, but they only get a monthly stipend of, I think, 24 bucks. So it's impossible for them to afford it, which is why we think that mobility costs are extremely important, especially if they go back to Syria. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stefanie. You did a great job, also in the time allocated to you. Thanks so much. So there we have time for a few questions. Let me fire the first question, since we're at the data conference. You know that academics have done a great job the last couple of years in combining different data sets, as you did in your presentation. So you have, of course, your registration data, your administrative database, you have the conflict database. You combine that with other data sources. Can you tell us a little bit how easy or how difficult that was, and how, at which disaggregated geographic unit you were able to do the combination of these data sets? Because I think that's very relevant for the people in the audience who supply the data.
Of course, it was a very hard task involving at least 4 RAs and a year of work. So yeah, no, it's very involved. I mean, any of you who has merged data sets—
A year of work, right? So
a year of work, yes.
So that maybe ring a bell for the donor side, how important and how time-consuming it is to combine data sets at such disaggregated level. You employed 4 RAs, right? So
yeah, over time, yeah. Well, you lose people as you go, but it was an involved task for sure. And I think the main challenge, of course, is that things are not necessarily comparable. So there's a lot of, especially for the UN vulnerability survey, we were surprised that the questions didn't only vary across countries, but also over time within the same country, which makes it, of course, that drops the vast majority of the variables that are in the data set. So we literally had to limit it to the food variables. There's lots of other information in there which we could not use. And then in terms of geographic disaggregation, that is a bit of a challenge because we were talking about earlier about sharing data responsibly. So the UNHCR was extremely worried about giving us their registration database. This is on an encrypted drive with a very long password. Only a few people can access it, that they allowed it to us to share with under the provision. It only can be 2 people who use it. But they're afraid that you can reverse engineer who the people are, especially when they come from only a small place within Syria, if they give us too much disaggregated information. So they scrambled it up, and sometimes they removed some of the more disaggregated information. And that, of course, you lose a lot, again, information that we could have otherwise used. And then
did you code it?
They coded it. They gave us anonymized data, and then they did a scramble, which we don't know what they did, but we are hoping it's random noise. Yeah.
We have time for a few questions, although, of course, I have to look at equity with the other presenters. But
Oh, this is that. I can't see that.
the questions are up there. How are you able to post your questions and feedback here as the presentation goes on? Would you consider comparing outcomes by different livelihood strategies, comparing own account workers to wage workers?
I'm afraid we don't have that information. We don't, I mean, that's the one thing there is within the database, there's an occupation, but even the person who's in charge of this database at UNHCR wasn't sure if this is information on the occupation they had back home in Syria or now. So I'm afraid we can't do that. So I can't read these very well.
Would you consider comparing outcomes by different livelihood strategies?
That's the same one.
Yeah,
I don't have those.
Prior work finds violence and displacement may affect risk perceptions and attitudes. Would you map this out on subjective security perceptions and desire to return?
I'm afraid I think that is in the UNHCR database, but they didn't give us that variable because we know I think they asked people about the experience of violence. The only thing that we do have, they code people if they have special need, which is either if they're individual women or if they experience sexual violence or other political violence. And so we're controlling for that in the regression, and as expected, the people who are special needs are less likely to return. I just couldn't show you this because it's in the demographic variables.
And then maybe the last question, can return be influenced by the data set of rising incident of interest-based intergroup conflicts among the refugees themselves, in between refugee and local hosts? I think that's an interesting question, right?
Yes, it is. We don't have any information yet on the conflicts that arise within country, but we could potentially try to collect that. That's a good suggestion, thank you.
If we can go in a bit into the lunch break, I don't mind having more questions. It's up to you.
No, we cannot.
Yeah, okay. So then I'm afraid I have to give the floor to the second presenter.
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hisham Esper. I'm from the World Bank's Poverty Global Practice, particularly the Afghanistan team. We'll be presenting impact evaluation about a arbitrary change in the amount of reintegration assistance that was offered to Afghan refugees who returned from Pakistan to Afghanistan between 2016 and 2017. Mainly, our main takeaway is, this is still a work in progress, but I think basically what we want to motivate is two things. Basically, we work with only UNHCR data. We're working with purely administrative data from UNHCR, and we're aiming to show that this data can be used in an effective way for program evaluation. The second thing that we're trying to sort of motivate is that the size of the transfer really matters to what people end up investing in over the medium term, whether it's like our measure is 16 months later, but mostly that these small changes in the amount of cash given to a refugee can have huge implications in the medium term. It's not moving. So I guess in the benefit of time, I'll just jump into the policy context. In the 3-year period between 2016 and 2018, there was a very large wave of return of Afghan refugees from Pakistan. Around 460,000 documented refugees, and those are the ones that are documented as refugees in Pakistan and who are eligible for reintegration assistance from UNHCR. Returned back to their country of origin of Afghanistan. This consists to around 29% of the documented refugees that are found in Pakistan. And if you look geographically, this is particularly coming from the northern area of the KP province and around the city of Peshawar. Around that time period, there was a lot of political instability, and a lot of that sort of political instability and rising conflict was sort of linked in the media and towards the Afghan refugee population. So they were subject to a lot of pressure in Pakistan to return, and that sort of explains why such a large share chose to return only between 2016 and 2017. So basically, although UNHCR does consider these people to have voluntarily returned back to Afghanistan, that's a bit of a gray area in terms of how much pressure was applied on them to make that decision. We actually have data from Pakistan from 2011, and we can sort of look at the rate of return and who chose to return to Afghanistan, and we find that it's very geographically connected, especially if you live in a refugee camp. Those were the people that were somewhat easier to find and easier to fall under the pressure of having to return during this period. Basically, this project is part of a collaboration between UNHCR, the IOM, and the bank to generate information about the livelihoods and well-being of recent returnees to Afghanistan, and also includes a component that looks at IDPs, since that seems to be a very big issue in the context of Afghanistan due to conflict and sort of natural disasters that occur in the country as well. We think the contribution here is twofold. Primarily, this is contributing to the migration literature, but it could also be seen as a traditional unconditional cash transfer program that is targeting this select group. What makes this unique is the size of the transfer. Some households received $400 or $200 per returnee, and that was equivalent to 2.5 times the annual household income. So it's actually a huge transfer that some of these households received as a lump sum payment. It was not meant to sort of help with consumption or to help subsidize people's consumption. It was actually meant for a reintegration grant, especially the second unique aspect of this program is that these people were moving from Pakistan for the first time to Afghanistan. More than 60% of our sample had never been to Afghanistan before. There was sort of, you can assume that there's a very limited assets that these people have with them at the border when they receive this amount of money, and therefore, it actually makes it more interesting in looking at what people choose to invest in once they settle back in Afghanistan. What we want to sort of, I'm going to start with the key takeaways and the benefit of time, and then I'll sort of try to convince you about them. Basically, we're trying to explain that the size of the conditional transfer has huge implications on the refugees' ability to invest in assets versus short-term consumption. Basically, the idea is, there's first order priorities, which is meeting your food necessities, basic expenditures, above which households are then able to prioritize in housing and land purchases. In the case of Afghanistan, this is what we find. We also sort of want to motivate a conversation about per capita transfers and how they relate to household size. Here we're giving the example of female-headed households, but I think this generally applies to these types of transfers. I think they might sort of assume, it really ties down to what is the purpose of the transfer in the first place. If the transfer is meant for reintegration, if it's meant for asset building, then you might assume that there's a minimum amount that is required for households to be able to undertake these investments, and therefore smaller households might have a more difficult time in being able to meet that minimum threshold. So therefore, when we're sort of designing these programs, there's economies of scale of consumption that we have to think about as well, and I'll get into that in a bit. Third, we find, consistent with the literature on unconditional cash transfers, we find no effect on the likelihood of employment or on school enrollment post-return to Afghanistan due to the variation in the size of the cash grant that was given. And fourth, I mentioned that earlier, this is purely using administrative data, and sort of this is the mandate of the JDC, and what we're trying to show is, albeit imperfect, there's still a lot of work that we can do with the data that's being collected by UNHCR already. So basically, this is the program that we try to evaluate. What we're showing here is the change in the amount of assistance that was given to returnees from Pakistan. Particularly in July 2017, the amount of assistance was increased from an aggregate of $200 per returnee to $400 per returnee. What's important here for our estimation strategy is there was literally 1 day between announcement and implementation, and so people were not able to preempt or pre-plan or delay their departure back to Afghanistan based on this new information. So this lasted for around 7-8 months, and then in April 2017, the amount, due to budget constraints, UNHCR had to reduce the amount back to $200 per returnee. And so this kind of created, you know, an interest on our part, and through this collaboration with UNHCR is, you know, what happened to the different types of households, the ones who received 200 and the ones who received 400. The data that we use is, you know, I think this has been mentioned. I suspect that it's all the same UNHCR database, but we're calling it different things. So basically, when people return and show up at the Afghan border, they have to fill out what's called the voluntary. Well, here's the issue. It's called voluntary repatriation, but in our case, we're still looking into how voluntary that was. But from UNHCR's perspective, they voluntarily appeared at the border, and therefore they had to sort of register with UNHCR as returnees. There is a 99% registration rate because there was a cash assistance program, so everybody wanted to get that cash assistance. And we have information on all of those households who returned in between 2016 and 2017. What we use to measure outcomes in comparing how people were doing post-return is UNHCR's post-return monitoring. This is phone calls that UNHCR conducts with returnees, mostly around the reintegration issue. So they ask, you know, these are short surveys, like not academically designed, so they're not very intensive, but they are to create some variables or some idea for programmatic purposes on how people use their reintegration cash grant and sort of weigh how they're doing 16 months after they return. Basically, to motivate sort of the findings that we have, let's start with a few descriptive graphs. Here we're showing the distribution of household spending, sort of, let's call it by priority. The variable that we have is what did you choose to spend more than half of your reintegration cash grant on? And we're comparing the households who received 200 to those who received 400. As you can see, the large spike is in the 200 households prioritizing spending on food, where almost half of them spent the majority of their reintegration grant on food, whereas we can see a much more diversified portfolio of spending items with the 400 group. And this sort of motivated our thinking about, you know, what does a larger cash grant allow people in terms of diversifying. Then looking at female-headed households, there was, you know, this particular sample is, there's a large share of female-headed households. It's around a third. More than a third, actually, and the size. So here's the issue that I referred to earlier. The average size of a female-headed household is 4.1, compared to 6.9 when it comes to the male-headed households, right? So we can already start to think at what kind of different payments did they receive, and on average, the female-headed households received half of what the male-headed households received. It's also like a combination of factors that I'll get into later, but then again, you know. Unless we think that the price of a 10-person house is double the price of a 5-person house, which is not necessarily true, there's something to be said about how to design these programs for reintegration purposes, and whether we are being fair to smaller households compared to larger ones. Okay, again, in the benefit of time, I think everybody knows what a regression discontinuity is. We don't really need to get into it, but basically the idea is that this kind of quasi-experimental design is particularly popular, or started to become popular, in the social sciences, basically in education, through people looking at thresholds of eligibility into different schooling programs and sort of the outcomes of people who are like slightly below those eligibility criteria compared to slightly above. We use a non-parametric approach because there's a lot of evidence from the literature of how difficult it is to estimate the functional form of these kinds of models. And so we have to design the optimal bandwidth, and the idea is that within a specific bandwidth that I'll show in the next slide, the treatment is close to random on both sides of the cutoff. And by cutoff, I mean, so basically how we said earlier that in April 2017, the amount was reduced from 400 to 200. That is the cutoff that we're speaking about. That's day zero, really. Sorry, go ahead.
You have this cutoff, but on the other hand, you had this variation between different types of households. And I'm just wondering how we should think about that as more of clarification. That is, when it went to 400, was that a proportional increase for everybody? Because sort of if it's not, then the regression discontinuity is going to sort of create some confusion, or at least it needs to be looked at, right? Because I see that not everybody got the same amount. There was a shock to the system, but how did that affect the distribution?
Right. I mean, that's related to household size, right? Differences in household size is why people would receive different.
Only difference, but how was that done proportionally when the number went up?
I think that's something to look into. But basically, since it's a per capita program, any differences in the household amount received could only be attributed to larger or smaller household size. But we'll look into the. Okay, so basically the model that we use is described here, where Y is the outcome of interest. We have 3 or 4 outcomes that we look at in terms of reintegration. I mean, reintegration is a hard term to unpack. There's a lot there, and we use whatever is available in the UNHCR post-return monitoring data. DI is a treatment indicator that is equal to 1 if the date is after April 1st, 2017. And what that means is that it's a reduction. So basically, we're measuring the effect of the reduction in cash and not the increase in cash. So a negative number is actually means that cash is good, not bad. Okay. And XI is the what's called a running variable in the literature, and it's actually the day of return of each household. ZI is a bandwidth, which is sort of, we use the mean squared error reducing formula to get the optimal bandwidth, which is the number of days that we include to the left and right of April 1st, 2017. So basically we had, I mean, this could be due to a lot of reasons, and I'll mention how we aim to address it towards the end. We had some differences in baseline characteristics between the two groups. There were no differences on household per capita income or the year of arrival in Pakistan, which means the length of refuge. But the households that returned during the $400 period were slightly larger. They tended to be more male-headed, and they tended to be older at the household head age. What we do to control for these significant differences is to use the covariate adjusted RD model, which can account for these sort of baseline differences that we see in the data. So then moving on to the results, as I've described earlier, we see a 17 percentage point more likelihood of $400 recipients owning their own house 16 months post-return. We thought that that was an important sort of reintegration measure, particularly in the case of Afghanistan, where post-return from Pakistan, these sort of refugee communities, where they're similar to refugee camps, but they're sprawling at the sort of edges of cities. These people are particularly living in vulnerable situations. So house ownership, the way we are thinking about it, is a measure of your ability to reintegrate into Afghan society. And so again, we saw it in the consumption preferences graph, and we see it also in regression results, that people who received $400 per capita were much more likely to own their house 16 months post-return compared to living in one of those sort of sheltered communities around major urban areas. Again, we don't see an effect on employment. We'll get into that in further slides. We also see that the tazkira is the legal document that proves that you're an Afghan citizen. And given that the majority of these people had never been to Afghanistan before, it kind of is, interesting and worrying, to be honest, how they can survive in Afghanistan post-return without any legal documentation. So that's actually very limiting. You're not able to integrate well into civil life at all. But we see that the $400 recipients were more likely to have issued these tazkiras. And there's a cost associated with this tazkira as well, which is partially transportation and partially administrative. You have to get them from your province of origin, and you have to actually pay for them. As we've shown before, I'm not going to dwell on this too much, the $200 recipients were 40 percentage points more likely to spend the majority on food. And we find no effect on education that we'll get into in the future slides. Firstly, on house ownership, on average, so this is outside the bandwidth, just comparing the two groups, 43% of the $400 sample owned their houses 16 months later, compared to only 17% of the ones who got $200. And this comes down really to how much money do you need to be able to actually invest in owning a house? And are we meeting that threshold when we're giving $200 per returnee? Sorry, go ahead.
Just very quickly, did you sort of think about in the sort of areas where they returned to, how many people there owned their own house, and how many people there had legal documentation, and how that compares when you're deciding on those measures?
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. At the moment, we don't seem to have the sample size to look at like province level. We are collecting data starting next week, actually, to sort of, which is stratified by province, to be able to get at where, if there is a province effect, exactly. So yeah, exactly. What we see here is on the right-hand side, you see the RD plots basically that show the drop after April 1st in the likelihood of owning your house compared to the previous previous period. And on the left-hand side, which is a robustness test to like look at whether if we vary the cutoff date 20 days around April 1st, do we still see significant results? And that's more of a linear trend sort of robustness test, and we find that there's only the -20 cutoff is also significant, and that's, you know, we can get into why that's true because the bandwidth is actually more than 20 days, so it actually includes people on the right side of the cutoff, even with -20. We might have to play around with that a little bit better. But basically, there's no trend. From what the main takeaway from the left-hand side is that there's no trend of positive results or any trend that we can say can be attributable to why we see this result. Again, on employment, you know, the literature has been very rigorous, and there's been a lot of evidence about how unconditional cash transfers do not affect reservation wages. When you give cash transfers to people, it's not true that they decrease their labor supply. And we find that also in the case of these refugee populations returning to Afghanistan, where both groups have a 50% likelihood of having an employed household member, regardless of the amount of money they received. The ownership of legal documentation, again, as I mentioned before, you needed to own property, you needed to enroll your children in public schooling, you needed to vote, and I think personally, I mean, this is, you know, I'm sure UNHCR can contribute to this discussion a lot more, but it seems like an important reintegration measure to sort of settling down in Afghanistan. We find that there was a significant difference in the $400 group being more likely to issue these legal documents for their household. The next round of data would sort of look into the mechanism of why they were doing that. Was it in order to purchase housing and land? Was it in order to, you know, move into formal employment? So that's sort of, the question is, what did you use the tazkira for, which is not available currently in our data. All we know is that people had more legal documentation. School enrollment, again, this downward trend is related to the fact that school starts at a specific date, and our x-axis is time, so it's always going to be either downward or upward sloping, depending on what your original school start date is. And again, you can see, but you would still expect to see a jump if there was a difference attributable to the amount of money received, especially because this is 16 months later, so households had time to register their children in the next year, even if they showed up at a earlier or after school started. What we can say is, you know, there's been a lot of literature that looks at comparing UCTs or unconditional transfers to conditional transfers when it comes to education, and conditional transfers have generally proven to be much more effective in increasing school enrollment, and this might be especially the case in Afghanistan, where basic education is free, so there's not particularly a cost associated with attending school beyond, you know, other costs, but there's no direct fee that's required of parents to pay. Another limitation that we have is that the UNHCR data that we have is looking at whether all children are enrolled, which is quite a strict measure for Afghanistan, where enrollment rates are pretty low and where the gender aspect is pretty important, where female enrollment in schooling is much lower than male enrollment, and which is something that we're going to look into in the future round. Again, repeating quickly the takeaways, The size of the transfer matters. The size of the transfer determines whether these reintegration grants can be used, how much they can be used for investing in assets and investing in forming your life in Afghanistan post-return. The nature of the transfer matters as well, how you design it. Do you design it as a per capita? Do you take into account that the marginal person or the additional person might not need as much money as the previous person? So basically that the household size is not linearly related to the amount of money required to undertake these investments. How do we treat smaller households is a question that should be addressed, in my opinion. Again, we find, if there's always concerns about giving money to people and then labor supply decreasing, we don't find that to be the case. We also don't find that reintegration assistance is very effective on this strict measure of school enrollment. Finally, I think hopefully, there's lots of limitations that are better explained in the paper and that I'm happy to chat about, but then again, there is something that we can do with these sorts of data sets that are coming out of UNHCR, especially due to these kind of unique IDs that UNHCR issues to refugees and to the household, at the household level, and they use them to track them in future surveys as well. So next steps, as you can see, I'm going back to the original graph. We have two discontinuities. Once when the amount of cash was increased, and the second time when the amount of cash was decreased. The next step is to actually look at the first discontinuity as well, see if our results are also robust there. We want to look at the 3-year, or what we're calling long-term, in research terms, I guess 3 years is not such a short period to do a follow-up. Basically, in the context of Afghanistan, where, have these people moved since they came back, since they received the reintegration grant? Has the reintegration grant helped people settle in a particular location, or were they subject again to conflict, drought, and natural disasters, which then made them have another total asset loss as before? So basically, have these results stuck over the long term, or was it sort of a short-term thing? And basically, that's pretty much it. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm open to them now, and I'm here for the next 2 days as well.
Thanks very much, Hisham. Questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Then maybe I will fire a first question. How difficult was it to get access to the data? I mean, Afghanistan is a conflict-prone area.
Well, I think that's part of the added value of what UNHCR provides as a humanitarian agency is its ability to collect data in very difficult circumstances. That is sort of a goldmine for researchers, and I think that UNHCR staff, their encashment centers are always located around the refugee areas. They're always closely collaborating with the refugee population. So I think as a researcher, I think UNHCR is usually where the trouble is, and UNHCR usually has the data.
All right. Any other person wants to ask a question? Yes, in the back.
Hi. Yes, very interesting paper. I am Elie Murar from University of Alicante. I was just wondering whether, in the case of these refugees that are in, do they have? So basically, my question is: do they have families that that stayed in Iraq and in Pakistan? Sorry, and do they have? Is there any transfer of money? Between the two families, and why don't they just send more the families that stays in Pakistan? Why do they send a little bit more money to just pooling the resources and meet the requirements, the amount needed to purchase a house, basically? Because
so basically, yes. To your first question, the remittances are are common, especially for the female-headed households that returned. You have to take things into context. Female employment in Afghanistan is very low. So these households who are returning to Afghanistan and are female-headed are still somewhat relying on income coming from remittances. When it comes to why they weren't able to undertake these investments, you have to also collect or have evidence or data on the wages that the male head of household is earning in Pakistan and how it compares to $2,000. My intuition is that it will not be comparable, that even these remittances are meant for these households to stay slightly above subsistence level. I doubt that these remittances, the Afghan community in Pakistan is not a rich one. These are not remittances that you could expect from sort of refugees or immigrants in the Gulf or in other areas. So I would, I don't have data for it, but I would be very careful in thinking about how much money these heads of households can send back from Pakistan.
And I see a third question on the monitor. How many of those who took the grants have returned to Pakistan again? And can we find that out?
We can try to find it out, and this is actually when we're looking at the long-term effects. This is what we're sort of looking at: is where are the people now? Have they had to move again? Are they IDPs? Have they left the country? Did this reintegration grant build resilience, which is part of the objectives of the grant? But that's a very interesting question.
The last question.
Said it, but did the amount of the grant impact these decisions on split families or the number of female-headed households?
So we don't have particular evidence of that. We do see, so that's sort of why we're testing the two discontinuities, is to be able to say whether there's differences there, a reduction versus an increase, and to see how that affected sort of sorting on that measure. We do have a 6 percentage point difference in the likelihood of a male-headed household returning at 400. So there might be something to say about the reservation wages or the expected earnings of males in Afghan males in Pakistan, and whether the large amount of the transfer motivated some form of return as well.
Go to our third presentation then. Quy-Toan from the World Bank.
So this is I'm from the research department of the World Bank, and I'm going to present you preliminary results from joint work with Xavier Devictor at the bank too and Andrei Levchenko at Michigan. So what's this paper about? This paper is, we're going to try to give you some measure of the spatial distribution of refugees throughout the world. And not only from a static standpoint, but also from a dynamic standpoint. And in doing so, and given the topic of this conference, assess the extent to which the administrative data that UNHCR is collecting can help us provide statistics that are meaningful for the kind of work we are trying to do. So why do we think it's important? I think, one reason why this conference is happening is the issue of refugee hosting is a burning political issue, both from a political standpoint, but also from a policy standpoint. And there's a lot of discussions, and I think this paper is one of the first attempts to put numbers to a debate that has been very much passionate and politically charged. So what is the main finding? First is, as we might expect, a large majority of refugees are going to seek protection in the country that is just next door. So that's the first step. But that share is decreasing, has been decreasing over time, and is still decreasing. And so the probability that a refugee ends up in a country that is a neighboring country has been decreasing. The distance that refugees are traveling is increasing. And basically, there is an increased number of countries that end up hosting refugees for any type of situation. And the issue of now, so there seems to be a mechanical, or at least a natural tendency, trend towards a higher level of burden sharing across countries. And that's what we're trying to document in this paper. So I'm going to give you very briefly the kind of policy and theory context behind this question, then discuss about the data we are using and the methodology we're going to apply, because the data that is not completely amenable to constructing the right statistics. And then I will give you the results and conclude. So if you want to think about burden sharing, the root of that policy question can be found in one article in the Geneva Convention. So in 1951, there was a convention about refugees, and one of the specific clause, which is article number 33, basically commits signatories countries to not send people who are fearing for their safety back to their country. So this non-refoulement clause is the basis of the refugee policy throughout the world. And this is the beginning of what the policy we're talking about is. It's not only countries who receive refugees are committed not to send them back. That's point one. But the second point is other countries that are not hosting can participate freely and voluntarily into sharing or not that burden. And so this is the door is open for free riding, basically. So the whole question that we are having today about refugee hosting is one country is committed to host the refugees, and the rest of the world can voluntarily decide whether or not to share that burden. And obviously, you know what is happening is as the political cost, the fiscal cost of hosting refugees increases, and there is a lack of voluntary participation, then that part of the commitment becomes to fade. And this is where the policy questions becomes important. So what we are doing here, we are going just to give some numbers in terms of how actually shared from a refugee hosting perspective this is happening. So the question of the policy and the theoretical and the theory discussions on this have been going on for the past 20, 30 years. And very early on, people have been talking about burden sharing. And if you do a parallel between, let's say, the environment, when people want to have quotas in terms of how much you can emit in the atmosphere, the discussion on refugees has been very much similar. Not talking about quotas, rights to emit, but a duty to host. And so there has been a discussion, and it's not yet completely percolating in the policy environment, of instituting quotas. And the flip side of quotas is making those quotas tradable. So once again, we are really not there in the policy context in terms of this, but in terms of theory, in a very similar way, the discussions that we see in the environment is a discussion that has been taking place in academic circles in terms of how do we want to achieve an quote-unquote optimal distribution of duties to host refugees. And there has been a discussion also, this has been mentioned this morning, the ability of the country to host refugees might have perverse incentive in sense of creating more refugees or having a mix between economic migration and seeking protection. And what some papers also have been thinking about, how can you screen the two types of migration and what type of mechanisms can be put in place. And once again, this discussion is currently on a theoretical basis and is slowly percolating into the policy arena. So in this case, what this paper is going to do is just going to show what are the facts, what are the stylized facts we can gather from analyzing UNHCR's administrative data. So the main source, and if not the unique source of data that I'm going to talk about today, is the UNHCR Population Statistics Database. And we've used a lot of names. This is the official one that you can see from the website. And so what is this data going? It's giving us for 223 source countries, every destination country, so we have 197 of those, and covers every time period from the institution of the agency until today. And the variables we're going to be interested in is the stock of persons of concern from a given country to from a given country to another given country in a given year. And so what are the characteristics we're going to use is they are dividing the categories into different types, and we're going to focus on the refugees and the asylum seekers only. And they are two caveats, mostly for this exercise. First, there's no individual identifier in this database, and inherently this database is not a panel. So it's going to be a repeated cross-section where we need to be able to convert stocks into flows. So that's one of the main challenge. The second challenge is UNHCR data stops counting refugees in OECD countries after 10 years. So we'll have discrepancy, and it mechanically narrows down the horizon we can look at if we want to look at the spatial distribution of refugees throughout the world. So these are the two main caveats that are going to affect our ability to give statistics from a longer term and have a more precise description of what is happening. So our first exercise, because we have stocks from one country to the other for every year, is to convert those stocks into flows. And so mechanically, what we're going to do is we're going to just take from one year to the other what is the difference in the flows, and we're going to call this, we're going to take a difference of stocks, and we're going to call that difference of flow. And obviously, we are not, it will be a net flow in the sense that if if the stocks have been increasing from one year to the other, this is due to new arrivals, but it could be due to a large number of arrivals and also a large number of departures. And this is something we're not able to take into account. So we're really talking here about net flows and not flows and returnees or people going from one country to the other. That's something, the actual transition from one year to the other for a single case is not something we're going to be able to track over the years. We will call and we'll focus on a situation when the stock of refugees is going to be above 25,000 in a given year. And when that ends, or when the net stock of refugees goes beyond that threshold, we are going to consider that situation closed. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to talk about. It will have a lot of nonlinearity, which is not due to one case, but because the two cases are being considered as one. Yes, Andy.
Don't have duration data. You don't have how long refugees have, but somebody must, because otherwise you wouldn't know how to cut them off after 10 years. So that data must exist, but you don't have it. Is that what I'm understanding?
Exactly. In the HCA database, it's aggregates. So the benefit of having bilateral data every year, the cost of it, it's aggregated. So we don't have the unit record data that would allow us to do that kind of work. Yes.
Specifically on the data for Europe, because we tried to find the data in the UNHCR database recently about the populations in specific countries in Europe, and we couldn't find it. So I'm really surprised you have it. And there was a sort of a specific disclaimer in the UNHCR statistics that for Europe you cannot get that, actually. So
I will defer to that response to whoever is managing the database, maybe. So no matter what and Xavier's earlier joke was about that. To what extent can we rely on it? I think that's an open question that goes beyond what we can say here. But this is what I'm going to present is what we have from that unique database with the flaws inherent to the database. These are the two flaws we've worked with, and the discrepancy between UNHCR and Eurostat, for example, is something we're not going to go into in this context. But yeah, I think, take the results with a grain of salt, given what you think the accuracy of this data is going to be. Yeah. So I'm going to first give you some status facts. First, and we've said it enough, the stock of refugees around the world has reached in 2018 the highest level that since the institution started collecting data, which means since the institution has been created itself. A second, which allowed me to answer right to Ola's question in the survey, is if we look at this, on the left on the left column, it's all the host countries in terms of absolute number of refugees as of 2018, and on the right, what are the situations that have been generating the highest number of refugees as of 2018. So just to give you a sense of what this database is correct in how we can use it. So what we can do now is we can look at from one country to the other how many refugees there is in a given year and see how this number is evolving over time. So I'm going to give you 3 ways we want to measure the spatial distribution of refugees. First is, the obvious one is, what is the probability a given refugee is going to seek protection, will end up at the time we measure it, in a contiguous country. A second metric for that is what is the distance, what is the average distance traveled by refugee, which means what is the average distance between the origin country to the host country. And a more aggregated way to measure it is what is the Huffington index of the spatial distribution. So the Huffington index basically is an index between 0 and 1. So if every refugee ended up in one single country, then this index would be equal to 1. So if every refugee is in one different country, or you have the same number of refugees in every country, that index would be 0. So basically, if the index goes down, it means that more and more countries are sharing the burden of hosting refugees. So that's the way we want to think of this index. So it's an aggregate measure of how dispersed or how concentrated the population of refugees is. So these are the 3 measures I'm going to show you. So just the raw numbers. So this graph shows by in periods of 5 years, what is the evolution over time of the distance traveled by refugees, and you can see this non-linearity. And something that we see again when we look at the probability of ending in a contiguous country, which has been between 95% and 65%, because up and down. And same for the Huffington index has been constantly decreasing. So these are the raw numbers that we can get from the data. But in doing that, we need to worry about 2 things. First, there's a mechanical diffusion. As time goes by, people might migrate more. So if we start to compare 2 situations that have existed for different periods of time, we're hitting the issue that there's a mechanical diffusion. So it's not by measuring in 2018 or by measuring it in 1970, the duration of those situations is different. And because of mechanical diffusion, we might have different numbers. So our results might be driven just by the fact that people move over time. So that's one point that those raw data are not going to have. The second point is a composition problem. If it happens that the refugee crisis from Syria is composed of people who have a better ability to migrate because they're wealthier, for example, then we're going to capture a trend over time, which is not due to something inherent to forced displacement, but it's just a change in what situation is happening in a given year. So these are 2 methodological issues we need to go around in order to get at, for a given situation, what is the probability of ending up in a contiguous country yesterday compared to today, and controlling for as many characteristics so that we're really comparing identical situations over time. So what do we do about the mechanical diffusion? On this graph, we set the timer at 0 at the beginning of the situation, and we look at how things happen as years go by. So every situation bring back to the year 0, and you look at where refugees end up 1 year after they started to migrate, 2 years after, until 10 years. So 10 years is very noisy because we lose a lot of data. And what we see from this is basically there's very, very little migration after the first country of arrival. When refugees have decided to settle in a place, 10 years after, there's very little variation in where they end up 10 years down the road. So we're less worried in this case of the issue of, since people are diffusing through space, we might be capturing something that is mechanical rather than a trend over time. So this is true for the metric of distance traveled, and it's also true for the metric of whether you end up in a contiguous country. So all the action takes place in the first years of the forced displacement experience. So we need less to worry about the diffusion issue. How do we want to account for composition? So one way to account for composition is to compare one country that experienced 2 different episodes, and this is how we would get our country. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure it to take that movement variable, movement being one of those three variables, and clean out the country fixed effects, the source country fixed effect, and then just report the residual, just report the time effects of this. So we are just running what is, in a given year, the distance traveled, accounting for country fixed effects, and we're going to just report the different year variables. So this is the results from these regressions, and I'm just going to plot the year variables for you to see. So once we've cleaned out everything, this is what the distance traveled looks like. So the baseline being 1987 to 91 baseline, what we see is the distance traveled by refugees has been steadily increasing, with a dip in 2007, 2011, largely attributed to the financial crisis. So refugees have been slowly accumulating distance as they were seeking protection. The flip side of this graph is what is the probability that a refugee ends up in a host country that is a contiguous country to the country of origin. And this is a very symmetric graph, which is that probability has been steadily decreasing over time, with a break in trend in the year 2007, 2011. And finally, when we look at, and one other thing that I was going to show is what explains this is when we look at the probability that a refugee ends up in an OECD country, excluding Turkey, this trend is reflecting exactly what was shown by distance or the other metric, which is despite, excluding 2007 and 2011, the probability of ending in an OECD country has been also steadily increasing. So, and the story is pretty clear, is people are now going away from the neighboring countries in order to reach OECD countries. I think that's the narrative that stems from those results. And as a result, the Huffington index, meaning the spatial distribution or the concentration or lack of concentration of refugees, has been steadily decreasing over time. So that's basically the main takeaways of this is, one, whatever the metric we're using, we see that there is an increased spread of the spatial distribution of refugees across the world, but that trend is influenced by, one, by economic conditions. And what it means also is the burden of hosting refugees is increasingly being shared across countries. And I think that's one of the main messages we want to send out. One question which is pending is all those results being descriptive. We don't know as of now what is the effect of policies in terms of the movement of refugees. One of the questions we had when we did our survey in Europe is, to what extent did Angela Merkel's open door policy triggered the inflow of Syrian refugees into Europe? Those type of what is the impact of policies on those big picture flow of migrants is something we still need to understand better. And to finish on the methodology issue, I think the UNHCR data was not designed for this, but as a lot of people have said before, can be used, but there are some aspects that are still missing from those data. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I see one question, 2, 3. Andy?
So I'm trying to figure out what the country effects are actually doing. In this, it seems like they're not quite capturing what you sort of meant them to be capturing, which is sort of different crises, because you have a country fixed effect, not necessarily a crisis fixed effect. I was thinking what they capture reasonably well is actually geography, that one of the reasons that people end up in multiple countries is because the number of countries that are neighbors, and so you get great dispersion. But then it strikes me there's a problem there as well, is that you have fractional, countries being divided over this period. So some of the increase in the number of countries to which people are going is actually a result of countries being divided. Soviet Union comes to mind, Czechoslovakia, so forth. So I don't know how important those are, or parts of Africa as well, right? So some of this, so again, I don't know how the country fixed effect handles that particular problem. So I think it's an interesting exercise. I'm just not convinced it really solves the problem.
Okay,
So you're completely correct. The main objective for having country fixed effect is to control for geography. If you're a small country with plenty of neighbors, mechanically you end up in more countries. If you're big countries with no neighbors or you're an island, mechanically you are going to end up in fewer countries. To address your second point, is something we haven't done, but we can do, is we can go back to a definition of country, the biggest geographic entity that has been in history, so that then we control for that political variation, so that we have the right measurement. We haven't done that, but since you are the editor, we'll certainly do it.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Just you had one slide for origin of host countries, top 10 as 2018. It shows in Bangladesh around 900,000 existing refugees, the latest data from 2018. But UNHCR website says during 2017, 900,000 refugees entered. Every day 60 children are born. In a month, 1,800 children are born. Out of the refugee trauma, if we consider 1,500 children are surviving every month. So in last 2 years, there should be nearly 100,000 more. We have from 1972 till date, we have around 200,000 extra refugees in different times, 92, and consecutive years. So how come still, UNHCR said in 2017, 900,000 entered, forget about last 2 years, we have additional 200,000. So how come still this data is showing 900,000? Here is a big gap. How about these people? How we are reducing 500,000 from the list?
So I'm going to, whoever is doing the statistics at UNHCR, I think I'm not qualified to be able to answer this. I think a lot of data, first they are aggregated, a lot of data will have flaws, and I think one flaw was highlighted before. I'm the end user of data, and I think that's one, when we're end users of data, we are not necessarily aware of all the flaws that might exist in every single, for every single country. It's true that this is something that needs to be addressed, whether the administrative data is able to capture the true situation in the ground. I think that's true of every type of administrative data.
When I understand it
Sorry,
well,
just one more sentence. As World Bank and UNHCR collaborating each other for data sharing and maybe in some other projects for refugee handling, how come they have this big gap? 500,000 people. And think of the children under 12 years of age. After 5 years.
This is, I guess, a definitional issue. So are the children of refugees born in the host country,
yeah,
are they considered refugees in UNHCR statistics? Right? That's the question here, right? So if somebody wants to address the question, please raise your hand. This is a clearly definitional issue. Is it on this question, right? It's not a new question, right? So, yeah.
On super interesting measurements. My question is more on the future steps. So have you?
I wanted somebody who would answer the question, right? Not a new question. No new question. If nobody can answer the question, so I'll go to the next question. What are the policy implications of these other ways to shift the world looks at the burden sharing? Policy implications of your work.
So first, I think having the facts right before one's have discussion, I think that's a first starting point. The issue of burden sharing is obviously an issue of extremely sensitive, and how the World Bank is going to react. I think the World Bank is not. I need to be careful. This is an academic conference, but everybody, the practitioners of the World Bank are in the room and things, so I need to be very careful of what I'm going to say. The World Bank, as of now, my understanding of the portfolio of the World Bank is not into telling countries who they should host and how they should host it. It's conditional on having a program of hosting refugees. There's financial assistance, there's technical assistance. But on the policy side, there is an engagement with other partners, but there is no policy. The World Bank is not telling countries what they should do in terms of their hosting policies.
All right, we have a question from Anna.
In any given moment in time, these sort of displacement numbers are always driven by a couple of sort of big emergencies, right? And I would just like to ask you to maybe put this story together with the big sort of, there's been Yugoslavia, there was Syria, there's sort of the Great Lakes, you know, how that has impacted these sort of trends. And then the second one was, I recently, Hein de Haas and the people at DEMIC, they sort of published this sort of summary paper of their research, and the trends on migration are actually the same. This sort of diversification specifically towards OECD countries, etc. And I think it's interesting to see that you see very similar pattern on the forced displacement and on the overall migration side.
Yeah, so point taken. I think once people are out of the country, the decision is also driven by economics. I think that's as simple as that. And that we find the same trends in migration than in forced displacement is not surprising.
I want to thank everybody for this wonderful session, also the audience for their questions, and the presenters, of course. Thank you very much. And I guess we have our lunch break now.
Check. Okay, so for lunch, we're all going back up to where we had the coffee break. So go up there immediately, please. Lunch is served right now. We have a lunchtime session that will begin promptly at 1:30. You would be well advised to have your food on your plate, on your table by that time. Thank you.
এবং ওরা কি বলতেছে, ওরা ডেটা শেয়ার করে, ইউএনএইচসিআর এবং ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংক ডেটা শেয়ার করে। আচ্ছা, তোমার কথাই আমি মানলাম, তোমরা ডেটা শেয়ার করো এবং তোমরা কালকে জেভিয়ার ডেভিক্টর, না সরি, কালকে ইউএনএইচসিআর এর হেড আমাকে কি বললো যে ওদের ফিল্ডে লোক আছে, অ্যাজ আ হেড উনি তো ফিল্ডে যাইতে পারেন না, দিস গাইস নিয়ে। হ্যাঁ, তারপরে শোনো, তো উনি হচ্ছে গিয়ে কালকে উনি কি বললো, ওনাদের ফিল্ডে লোক আছে, ওনার ফিল্ডে কি আন্ডার লোক আছে, তাহলে তুমি হিউম্যান বিং, গরু ছাগল না। অস্ট্রেলিয়াতে 5,000 উট মেরে ফেলছে, এইটা নিয়ে মানুষের কনসার্নের অভাব নাই। 5,000 সেখানকার বাংলাদেশি বেসিক রাইটস ছাড়া বড় বানাচ্ছে। ইংল্যান্ডে আমার সুপারভাইজারকে দেওয়ার জন্য উনি আমাকে প্রথমে নিউজিল্যান্ডের সময় 2,25,000 টাকা দিয়েছিল, কারণ নিউজিল্যান্ডের না না এটা ওদের একটা অ্যালোকেশন আছে, আর এটা ডিপেন্ড করে তোমার কি প্রজেক্ট, কেন যাবা, তোমার সুপারভাইজার এটা নিয়ে কি বলতেছে, এইসব বুঝছো। তো হচ্ছে আমাকে একবারে হচ্ছে 2,25,000 দিয়ে বলছে আমাকে আর কখনোই দিবে না। আর ওই আমি মনে করছি, এবং নিউজিল্যান্ডে আমি অনেক কিছু শিখছি, যেমন এইখানে আমি অনেক কিছু শিখছি, অনেক কিছু খুবই ভালো ছিল। ওইটা আমার পেন, একটাই পেন আছে, নিতে হবে না, নিতে হবে, একটাই পেন আছে।
হাই,
আমার ওই যে আরেকটা ব্যাগ আছে, ওইটা আনি নেই আজকে, ওইটা বন্ধুর বাসায়। but she, oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Xavier in charge.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I thought you had them. No, it's fine.
no, I came here earlier on just to check.
Yeah,
Everything is okay, but
You know about the slice? Do you want to try it or? Oh, I'm not the expert, but because they are there. Yeah, because I'm not sure if they control it from here or if they control it from up there. The actual slice. But
Hi, I'm Sandra. A pleasure. You are, oh, a pleasure, a pleasure. I'm Sandra.
prefer, also because even that screen is not so convenient. So.
Exactly, you would like to see the screen as well, because this table is not really
the
needed.
questions that might be posted online, so
yeah, so then you can see it on here.
Even over there, okay.
Yeah. And I don't really need.
I don't need them there because it's not. You're gonna see it there. Where's it there? I can't click. I need to click like this one. No, but I have hyperlinks that I can click on to go to the table. Because this is powerful, not powerful.
No, so move. We don't need 6 anymore. I think.
No,
So
it's
I'll
only
move
3
it.
because 1 is always 4.
So yeah, so you will need one. I think Tuan was sitting up here as well. Oh no, for the 4. Yeah, 4.
Duplicate the screen, not extend it. Because normally we do have a separate screen. How are you doing, my dear?
Good. How are you? Good.
Yeah, now you should be able to see.
Taking lunch. That's better.
This is going through with Dany.
Yeah, you know him. I do extend it. Whatever I'm working on this screen, I just show things that
I've met several times for migration development conferences.
Yeah. Everybody
One of my
has.
co-workers is at Rockford in Paris.
Yeah.
I met him for the last time a few months ago.
So Simone, I was Simone.
Simone. Yeah, no worries.
So I was going to say, I'll email you with. I'll mail Steve a copy. So let you know.
Great.
Even on the notes of the.
Because the new data are great. This is we don't have the day via edit only until 2004, and then this means, for instance, there's evidence from France. The JB data that came out last year. The news that are shown the day before the sentence influence the jury.
That's what I think would be more immediate, like you remember the semester, but not maybe that will happen in December, right?
No, but even 3
Yeah,
days before,
think about
it's
it.
gone.
What happened a week ago? And you're like, no, but things like Trump, I do think they have a long term effects.
Sure.
Yeah, it's every day. It's like a repetitive thing every day. Oh, that's another thing you should check, no? If cumulative.
Yes.
So what other?
How difficult was to publish your paper?
No, with Steve it was really very easy. It's all about big names. There's so I have published other papers, it was a bit harder by myself. So with Steve it was more that when the paper was kind of thought of, Andy actually was. No, it was not Andy. It was David Card.
Okay.
He was doing a special issue, and so he contacted us. Hey, I heard about this idea. Would you like to? So it was very easy for us to publish that. I don't think he would have searched me. Maybe. Oh, you're right. That's true. But he knew Steve. That's why they were very close friends. He said, "Hey, would you mind?" I was like,
Sure.
Yeah. So the special issues sometimes are a little more fast. But all the papers are, it takes longer. How about you, your experience?
No, I mean, it really varies from one paper to the next. It's very heterogeneous, so let's say.
That's true, also, and depends on how.
I mean, the cost-benefit ratio, it's to me at least, is very has a great variance in terms of papers. Some things that I thought, okay, this is an easy one, and then starting to be already 20 minutes.
So yes, we're looking at 30 now. I think.
No, but it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, it's. I think this is too far. It was too far.
It's too far, but in any case, I think it's going to be on the questions. So if you want to see the no.
It's too bad for the panelists if they can't see.
Sandra, you're going first, and Simon is okay. So you're bringing your baby to the cruise tonight?
Oh no, no, that I won't. You're so young. Yeah, actually, yeah, because they asked me, would you like to come? Yeah, we'll bring one. I'm out of here. I think after the student session, yeah. And I think I had very much fun. After that, you're like, okay, this is your turn. Have it, I'm taking a nap. Yeah. Is your wife an academic too?
Yeah, we met during our PhDs.
Oh, really? Great. Well, that's good because you can understand each other.
Yeah.
Is she in micro as well?
Yes. We got a joint offer, that's why we are in France.
Oh,
And,
beautiful. That's very lucky, no? I feel like
no,
sometimes
it's very
it's
lucky. It's very lucky.
hard to for
We
people
have
to
a lot of
find.
couples in France. It's split
Oh, that's that's right. He's visiting. Not right now.
charge? Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I think people will show up.
Okay, I would kindly invite everyone to take a seat so that we can get the session started. We are already 30 minutes beyond schedule. Can you please take a seat? Okay, so I'm Simone Bertoli from CERDI, Université Clermont-Auvergne in France. I have the pleasure to chair this session in which we're going to have 3 papers presented by Sandra, Salma, and Nisreen. We will be moving from Colombia to Iraq and Lebanon. It's around 35 minutes per paper, and you are more than welcome to ask questions throughout. Raise your hands, take the microphone that is on your tables, and do not hesitate to interact with the presenters. Sandra, the floor is yours.
Here? Yes. Okay. So for everyone who I haven't met before, my name is Sandra Rosso, and I am an assistant professor at the business school in the University of Southern California. Before I begin, I want to thank you, Andy, Rima, and the organizers for a wonderful conference. I was very much looking forward for this day. And the paper that I will present is joint work with Dany Bahar, who works in Brookings, and Ana Maria Ibanez, and she works recently moved to the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank. Just to give you a glimpse of what I will be talking about, what I will do is basically show you our attempt to evaluate a massive regularization of migrants, of forced migrants that have moved from Venezuela to Colombia in the last couple of years. So before I begin, I want to motivate my talk by stating 2 facts. So one is, the first one is something that we have been talking about here, which is that refugees are mainly moving to developing countries. And so if we were to rank all the countries who are hosting refugees from 2010 to 2018, we would see that of the 20 top countries, 18 are developing countries. And this is, of course, in contrast with the media and where we see all the noise coming from the northern countries complaining about this issue. And of course, these countries have 2 main, let's say, characteristics. One of them is that they have lower resources to actually deal with this crisis. And they then are in this precarious situation where they have to choose between helping their vulnerable populations or helping migrants. And the second thing that is very interesting about these countries, which may map in very different effects to what we observed in the northern countries, is that these countries tend to have huge informal sectors. And this can translate into very different effects, for example, in labor markets. That's the first thing. And the second thing that I want to kind of motivate my paper with is kind of showing you that there is a very large heterogeneity in the terms of policies that are offered to refugees when they arrive. So you can see everything from countries who are generous enough, like Bangladesh, to let the Rohingya refugees stay, but they are not allowed to work there. And then you have countries that are doing all sorts of things. So for example, you have Peru and Turkey, who are actually allowing some migrants to work, but they give quotas to the firms. So they cannot really hire everyone if they want. They have a limit on those things. Or Jordan, who is actually allowing migrants to work, but only in certain sectors. And then there is Colombia, which is the country of which I will talk today, which makes me very proud of being Colombian. It is a very generous country. As of now, I could argue the most generous country I have studied. So what is this paper about? So this paper is going to add to this literature that is trying to see what are the impacts of job permits. And so far, the evidence has been focused on partial programs like Jordan, trying to see what happens if you allow them to work only in certain sectors, and if they have, for example, certain restrictions to actually requesting these permits or accessing these permits, and in developed countries. So, for example, the US or Italy, there has been some evidence on what job permits could have, the impacts of these programs there. So our contribution is threefold. We argue that we're going to evaluate a very large and sudden regularization of migrants. This is going to be the Venezuelan refugees in Colombia. And this regularization did not have any eligibility criteria. So a grain of salt here, as I will explain later on, you will see that there is a bit, one thing that I missed when I was presenting these slides, there is one eligibility criteria, but it's not major. It is this country is going to this paper is going to be the first to evaluate this type of programs inside a developing country with high informality, and this is also a country that sadly has a lot of opportunities for illegality, and this is one of the reasons why we also analyze crime impact of this program, the crime impacts. So again, just to remind you, we're going to try to see what are the impacts of the regularization of 500,000 Venezuelans in Colombia, and we're going to try to focus for this paper on labor outcomes and the crime outcomes of this program. So just to kind of bring a little bit of a context to this conference, many of you might be very familiar, but maybe some of you are not, so I will just briefly walk you through the crisis. So the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela can be traced back to the election of Hugo Chavez as president. In 1998, he was elected president, and he was a socialist leader who actually brought a populist program that was massively funded through oil rents. So he did a lot of constitutional amendments and retained a lot of power. He obliterated private businesses, and then his successor, who was named in 2013, strengthened these policies, and so the economic crisis became very intense. And with time, it actually even got worse because oil prices also plummeted, and so the funding for these programs actually eroded, and there were also a lot of US sanctions imposed in the country. So not surprisingly, this evolved in a massive outmigration of Venezuelans to other countries. So just to give you a little bit of a glimpse so that you can actually dimension how bad this problem was. By 2018, there was a contraction of 50% of the GDP relative to when Chavez began government in 1998. Unemployment is rampant, so 40% of the population doesn't have anything to do. Poverty rate is around 90%. There is no food, there is no health supplies, there is lootings, of course, because everyone is desperate, and a lot of insecurity and repression towards the opposition to the government. And these are all data that is not official, it's not coming from the government. This is all coming from NGOs that are actually trying to do a job of reporting what's going on inside. So by August of 2019, according to the data of the UNHCR, approximately 4.3 million Venezuelans were reported to leave the country. And in this map, you can see more or less around Venezuela where they have been locating, and Colombia seems to be the biggest host of this type of migrants. And for August 2019, 1.4 million Venezuelan refugees were recorded. And of course, remember, as we have been saying, that this is a lower bound. There is a lot of people that are not registered in these figures. So the Colombian government quickly noticed the problem was escalating, and then they decided that they wanted to count how many people were inside Colombia. So of course they knew how many people crossed with a passport and legally had crossed the border, but they didn't know how many people were irregularly in the country. And so the government in turn decided to do something called the RAMP, which is the Administrative Registry of Venezuelan Migrants. And it was carried out between April 6th and June 8th of 2018. And the idea was not to offer any type of benefits, it was just to count how many irregular migrants were present in Colombia at the time. And that was how it was advertised. They went to 25 of the 32 departments of Colombia, and they opened offices, and they publicized this in the news and in the radio, and they said, please, if you're a Venezuelan migrant that has not have a, let's say, a proper document for immigration in Colombia, please come and let us know. We want to count you. But there was no any other purpose of this census. So that was a great opportunity for research. We have like a census of irregular migrants inside. And then what they were able to count at the time was 500,000 people, more or less, of people that didn't have any documents like authorization to be in the country at the time. And they could be grouped in 250K households, more or less. And so the government, the president who was in turn, who also happened to be a Nobel, to won the Nobel Prize of Peace, he decided very generously that he wanted to help these people before he left office in August. He said, I'm going to give them a job permit. And this was sudden. Nobody really knew. Like, the government was very surprised themselves that they had to deal with these things. And they said, okay, everyone who is in the census, you are authorized to work as of tomorrow. And the decree passed. And this is what we call the temporary job permit, or what we know in Colombia as very famously in the news as PEP. And PEP is just a job permit for 2 years, and it not only grants you the opportunity to actually go and work in any firm, but it gives you access to other programs. Surprisingly, only approximately 300 individuals registered. I will tell you a bit of the process of how it works, how do you get registered, but it just was a surprise because everyone thought everyone is going to get it, right? There is nothing that you might lose by doing it. And they could register between August 2nd and December 21st. So how do you apply to the PEP? So if you were in the census, that's the first thing that you needed to do, you had to satisfy 3 eligibility criteria. So this is when I said that might be a grain of salt, that there is really an eligibility criteria for this program. The first one, and I think this is what might be a little bit more restrictive, is that you needed to show that you were a Venezuelan migrant. So remember that many of these migrants don't have documents. So if you were able to show with any birth registry or any ID, Venezuelan ID, then you would be in the census, and then you could actually apply for this program. You needed to be in Colombia when the decree was issued in August, and you needed to have not have any criminal records or orders of deportation. And then how do you apply online? It's super easy. I actually did it myself. You go online and you answer a few questions, you put your registry number, and that's it. You print a page, and that's your job permit. It's called PEP, and you can ask for any job anywhere. And it's free. That's also very important. And what do you get? You get the possibility of working, but also you can then register for health access, and also it's for some early childhood programs. So right now we're actually trying, so this paper is only gonna see the labor impacts of this program, but we're actually working in following these migrants to see what other impacts it could have on the other dimensions and also on the migrants themselves. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of what this PEP was giving on top of the job permit, here I made this table in which you have all migrants, the ones that are registered in the census, called RAM, and the ones that got the PEP. Okay, so as I said, Colombia is a very generous country. Like, everyone, by law, should have access to education. But the poverty index, which is something that you need to access welfare programs, is only available, or with only the people who have the PEP will be able to access this poverty index. Health access is also offered, emergency services, to everyone, but if you have the PEP, you can access something called the subsidized regime, which is basically preventive care. You can go and access for an appointment, you can get access to medicines, and we actually, by doing focus groups, we have learned that the migrants weren't even using these things because they were afraid to do it and being deported. And so once you give them the PEP, this is all informal evidence that we have seen that they're actually using more resources that they had access before having the PEP, because now they are not afraid of being deported or having any other consequence. This is all informal evidence, but it's very interesting. And of course, your work permit, that's what you get. So here you can see the rollout. So keep in mind that this black line is going to be the stock of Venezuelan migrants. So we have people arriving all the time, despite the program, before and after the program. And the columns here are showing you how many people registered when. So you can see that it was a very sharp discontinuity in August, which is when the program rolled out. And they had until December to register. So who applied? Who applied to the PEP? So of the people who were in the census, what can we say about the people who applied and the people who didn't? So I am showing you here just a few covariates, but just to kind of give you an idea of what we see. So we see that the people with PEP are predominantly male, that they are older, married individuals with very low education, with high education, because you can see here they also have a degree recognized. They have more children, and they tend to have lower access to services like health. Okay, which is not surprising. This is what we were expecting. So just to kind of put your mind in the frame of how we decided to do this evaluation, let's consider for a second evaluating this program through a difference approach. Okay, this is going to have problems, but let's begin there. So suppose that we're comparing an individual, Y, let's say the wage or the hours worked of an individual I in a state S in certain month T. And so what we're gonna do is compare this individual who is in this state S and has a different share of PEP holders here with an individual that is in another state with a lower share, and we're gonna compare them before and after the program implementation. Of course, we're gonna control for a sort of covariates. I'll talk about that later. But if we did this, we would have a problem, a very, very strong problem, which is, of course, that the migration itself is not exogenous, right? So migrants are going to areas that have certain characteristics. They might be more crowded, they might have better opportunities, and because of that, the share of PEP holders would also be endogenous, right? So what we're gonna do is basically instrument the geographic part of our instrument, of our variation, PEP holders with the early settlements of Venezuelans before the crisis began in 1993. That's the last economic census we had before the economic crisis began in Venezuela. And so, of course, this is a very popular idea that David Card began, and basically we're saying, well, migrants tend to move to areas where they have friends and networks, and we're trying to motivate it that way. That's the first identification we're gonna test, and then we're gonna do another one, which is just an event study. Let's try to see, using this instrument of early settlements, what happened before the program implementation and after the program implementation. And so we can check for pre-trends, and we can also see what happened in a, let's say, time evolution of the outcomes. So let me first show you that there is indeed a strong correlation between the location of Venezuelans in 1993 and the share of PEP holders. So here you can see in this map, I am showing you on your left side the share of Venezuelan migrants in 1993. So Venezuela is here. So you can see that, of course, they are bunched toward the border with Venezuela. And here we have the share of PEP holders. Again, there is a very high and strong correlation. And then we did it with other economic censuses that happened, that were available after the crisis, after the crisis began. For example, we had the population census of 2005, and we can, from there, map who arrived between 1993 and 2005 to actually see if they are indeed moving to the areas that we expected them to move, and we can see that there is still a strong correlation. And we did it with 2008 too, which is the last economic census, to see if Venezuelans are really moving to these areas, right? And here we do not observe the nationality of the individuals, but we can see who is foreigner. That's all, because the data is not available yet. It's being coded right now. And still, there is a very high correlation between the location of Venezuelans in 1993 and where the foreigners are located in Colombia. And just to give you an idea, foreigners in Colombia are 90% or more comprised by Venezuelan migrants. So it is an important share. Okay, so what are we going to do? So what we're going to do, just to give you a very quick overview in the interest of time, is that we're going to test the impacts of the program in different samples and outcomes. So for the labor market, what we're going to do is first focus on 3 samples. What are the impacts of the program for the Colombians, for the host, let's say, individuals that are living in the country? And there is a set of people who left Venezuela, which are Colombians, and went back to the country. And it is not a small number. It is a very, very large number of people. So we also want to know what happened to that sample. And then the Venezuelan migrants themselves. Why are we testing the effects on the Venezuelan migrants themselves? Because there has been an emerging evidence of papers showing that migrants have the strongest impact in other migrants. So we want to see whether that's the case here as well. And the outcomes that we're testing so far are going to be weekly hours worked, monthly wages, and importantly, just bear with me, this is kind of technical, but it's important, we're going to focus only on the formal sector. So why? Because remember, there are Venezuelans arriving all the time, and this permit is granting you access to the formal sector. But in the informal sector, we have flows, continuous flows all the time. So the time discontinuity that we're exploiting is actually only very sharp for the formal sector. Okay? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
By providing information, by providing access to formal jobs. So if I come into in an area where you have a lot of Venezuelans, migrants, they might have better information on how to get a job, right?
Yeah.
So then that will affect your exclusion restriction. By
So like
using
the
as an
mechanism
instrument.
you're worried about, like is it?
I'm not worried about mechanism. I'm worried about using the share of Venezuelans 93 as an instrument for PEP.
Okay, so that's a fair critique. So let me kind of move forward in the presentation. Later, I'm going to use another identification strategies. There is a lot of critiques towards this type of RTIC instrument. So I'll show you that the results are up to a bunch of tests that we have carried out, and hopefully then we'll agree on the identification. Okay, so and then we do for the crime sample something very similar. So we're going to actually test the impacts of this program in different samples. So we're going to do it for all the population, for the population of Colombian nationals, of Venezuelan migrants, foreigners, and also for those who did not report nationality. So remember, for the crime data, we will only see the nationality corresponds to who reports the crime, okay? And then we have different outcomes, types of crime, theft, homicide, and all of that, standard measures. We're also going to include a lot of controls, and again, there is a lot of critiques against these early settlement instruments, and because of that, we know that it's very important for us to actually include a lot of controls, so we're trying to do that by including interactions of pre-shock characteristics times year fixed effects, so we're going to introduce controls for nightlight density, conflict-related variables, IDPs, homicide rates, municipal composition of GDP, exports to Venezuela. Of course, this is important. Trade with Venezuela would be important. And we also have variation in job permits before and after the program was implemented. This is more endogenous because this is the actual people who applied for the permit and had the documents to do it. And then we have the standard individual covariates that we're going to include too in this estimates. So the data that we're going to use corresponds to 4 sources. So the first one is just the standard labor surveys. This is what we're going to use. These are repeated cross-sections, monthly cross-sections, and we're going to begin in January of 2017, and we're going to go up until 2019. How much time do I have left? Okay, thanks. And here we observe the nationality of the workers. And we know where they were last year and where they were 5 years ago. So this is how we know if they were Colombians who returned after the crisis. We also have the census of migrants for the program that the ramp that the government collected. And we have the census of 1993 and the Colombian National Police crime reports. These are municipal monthly counts. So just to give you a very brief overview of what we're finding in terms of labor markets, we argue that we find very small impacts of the program. So I'm going to show you a table in a second, but basically what we see is that when the share of PEP holders increases in 1%, there is some negative effects on the host workers. So we see a drop in hours worked and monthly wages, and also a raise in unemployment and labor force participation. But the effects are small. So let me show you here the table. So you can see here that, let's see, I can show you. So here the first stage estimates, and here we have the the IV estimates. And as I said, this is including department fixed effects, year fixed effects, and other controls that I've mentioned earlier. So we argue that these effects are small because, So we argue that these effects are small because if you think about the shock, the Venezuelan shock is approximately 280,000 individuals. But they correspond, if, for example, we think about Bogota. Bogota is approximately 10 million people, so a 1% shock would be approximately 100K, just to kind of give you a perspective. So we argue they are small, but of course you can make your own mind of the size. For the Venezuelan sample, we find no impacts, and the same is true for the Colombian returning samples. No impact whatsoever of the program. And then for the event study, of course, yeah.
Wait, okay. That went off by itself. So you have I'm unclear about whether it's the stock of PEP holders, the share of the migrants who are PEP holders for the share of the population that are PEP holders. So your 1% figure, means potentially different things in different cases.
No, so this is the share. So the stock of PEP holders divided by the population in each.
The total population.
The total population in each state.
Okay,
yes.
so that, going back to Tone, so that's a sort of a combination of the number of people and the fraction who
yes, but it excludes the migrants, the population figures, without counting the irregular migrants that are coming in.
Right, that's going to be smaller, so I don't think that's so important. The real question is, it's really, you might want to know about the share of migrants. The policy variable is the share of migrants who get this program.
Oh, I see. You're saying
that's
the
the source of
denominator.
variation that's interesting, I would argue, rather than the total number of migrants, which is driven by other things, and which Tone's issues may be more important for.
Okay, that's a good point, a fair point. That we haven't done it yet, but we will. As I echo Tone in saying you're the editor, I will for sure follow your recommendations. Okay, so the event study actually shows, again, very, very small effects of the program. So you can see here that the red line is going to show you the PEP implementation, and this is quarters before and after. And you can see that all of the confidence intervals are overlapping in all of the outcomes. So we could say that the effect is very small. Well, for monthly wages, you can see that there is a trend towards a decline in monthly wages, but in general, we see that there are no impacts of the program. We also did some exercises of heterogeneity. This is more or less new. We did it in the last couple of weeks. And then we can see that, like what we would expect, we were seeing stronger effects for females and for workers in the low education, with low education. Okay. And for crime, we're not finding any effects. So this is something that surprised us. We thought that we were going to find something very, very interesting, and it's actually in contrast with what other papers have found in Italy, but we do not see any impacts in any of the samples that we study. We also do a bunch of robustness tests, and so let me just kind of go over them very quickly. So what we're going to do first is we excluded all the states in the municipal border and the municipalities in the border, just because, of course, they are very different. They have a lot of trade with Venezuela, so they might be introducing all sorts of noise to our estimates. So we take them out. The results are robust. We actually test for the beginning of our sample. So our sample begins in January of 2017. So that was a little ad hoc. We have more data, and so we actually start seeing what happens if we begin our sample later, 1 month later, 2 months later. Of course, as we reduce our sample, the standard errors become bigger, but the results are very consistent. Okay. And the other thing that we do is we actually did alternative sources of identifications. One of the things that we do is we say, okay, let's not do the early settlements. What if we just use the distance of each of these states to the closest migration points? And what we see are, again, very consistent estimates. And then we also do one thing which is very important, which is that there is some flow of PEP, let's say, before and after the program began. So just saying, there is some people who had job permits before this program was implemented and after the program was implemented. But this type of permits were very endogenous. It was a Venezuelan migrant who went and said, hey, I have all my documents in order. I came here legally. Can you give me a job permit? And they are very, very, very little in numbers. So we control for those to see if that changes a little bit the effects, and we don't really see any differences. So what are we doing now? So what we're doing is that we're first trying to understand what are the complications that firms may face when they actually try to hire someone that has a PEP, okay? So we're actually working with the Chambers of Commerce to actually carry out a survey in the cities that have the main number of, or the major number of migrants, and trying to understand there what are the difficulties that they have in using the PEP. And if there are at all any difficulties, also if they have any prejudices towards hiring Venezuelan migrants. And the other thing that we're doing, which I am very excited about, is that we recently got funding approved from the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank to actually follow these migrants, all the ones that are in the census, in the irregular census, and follow them in order to estimate what are the impacts that the PEP's having on the migrants themselves. And so, as I mentioned earlier, something very interesting that we have seen there, like by doing focus groups to kind of begin our survey, is that it seems that the PEP is not only important for the job considerations. Actually, they think that it empowers them to actually guarantee their human rights, and to access other type of programs that they had access previously, but they didn't want it to use because they were afraid. They were afraid that if they used them, they would be deported. And so we want to test all of those things with this new survey. So just to briefly conclude with the evidence that we have, we would say that we find very small or null impacts of the program, and no on labor outcomes, and no impacts on the crime dimension. And we're working right now, as I said, with focus groups in trying to understand why many of the migrants didn't formalize. Like, you offer them this opportunity and some of them didn't actually formalize. One of the things that we have found is that a lot of these Colombians actually left the country. So they just had a stop in Colombia and they left to Ecuador or other regions, and this is why they never asked for the job permit. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. We still have a few more minutes for questions.
So, I mean, I've seen quite a number of papers recently with JD sort of talking about the sort of fluidity of movement between the informal and formal sector in Colombia in particular. And so it seems to me that's the most natural explanation. I mean, it's not so much they don't have access to jobs, but you know, that as long as these two markets are fairly well integrated, the fact that you have access to one, new access to one, is not going to have very much effect on anything. Because more people are just going to shift back and forth.
That's right.
But it doesn't really matter. Is that consistent with what you're finding in your view?
I would say very much so. Yes. There is a lot of, for example, when you actually talk to people, because we did focus groups also with Colombian people that are living in the areas that have a very high share of Venezuelans. So what they said is, if I lost my job, it's fine. I will just open a cuenta propia business, which is basically you are informal and you just do your thing.
So I'm not sure I agree it's surprising to find that they don't enroll. If you look at the literature in the US, immigrants are eligible for, you know, Medicaid or many other programs, and they enroll at much lower rates. And part of the explanation that has been put forth is chilling effects and fear of, you know. So you mentioned that. So that's a comment. And a question on the sample, and on the eligibility criteria for the program, are there Venezuelan immigrants who are not eligible for the program? And could you use, like, you know, could you mimic the studies on, say, the effects of DACA on labor market outcomes of DACA immigrants in the US? Could you mimic their strategy and use as a counterfactual the Venezuelan population who are not eligible for the program?
That's a great idea, yes. So we haven't done the second one. I really like that idea. So we will have to see what that yields. And your first point was, can you repeat that? I didn't.
Just a comment that I don't find it surprising that they would
that you don't find it surprising that they are not subscribing. So what we found surprising, which I do think is surprising still after your comment, is that remember that they voluntarily registered in the census first. So they weren't afraid of being deported. They went there and say, hey, I'm here. And then we say, okay, fine, you already registered. Would you like to have a job permit? No, thanks. That's very strange for us. But I see your point in that there is a very large bias in who went to register. That is very, very true. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny, we found something similar in our vignettes for the Syria project, because we also asked them, when we asked about the employment opportunities in the country of asylum, to see if it made a difference if they had a work permit in Jordan and Lebanon, and we found no difference. So again, I guess that a lot of them are actually working in the informal market. It's one. So we were still grappling a bit with why we couldn't find anything, but it didn't make a difference as well. So that comforts me now that you find that too.
Yeah, me too.
So now we can think more about it. But you know, this is one of those things we weren't sure why that happened. So thank you.
Yeah, this is very much on this point, which is that everyone can work there, even if they don't have a formal. They could be in the informal sector working, and that was another concern that we had. Maybe they don't want to be in the formal sector because they're already working, and now you're going to ask them to pay taxes. That's what formality implies, right? So you have to convince them in the first place that it's good to pay taxes. So what are the benefits that I am getting for actually doing that? So, yeah.
I have one minor question. So how do you interpret the more negative effect on women? Because I was thinking along the lines of what Andy said, that given that I think that Colombian women are overrepresented in the informal sector, that the program should have, in a sense, softened the pressure on them from competition with Venezuelans.
Yeah, so this is a puzzle. I don't have anything to say as of now. We'll have to think about that result. But yes, it's a little puzzling.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now we move to the second presentation by Salma.
Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to the conference organizers for having me. It's really a privilege to be here. So I'm here to present results from an experimental study on intergroup contact and coexistence in post-ISIS Iraq. So let me take you back to the summer of 2014, where a lot of us here were watching pretty horrified as ISIS took over large swaths of territory in northern Iraq and Syria. Part of that campaign involved the ethnic cleansing of religious minorities, so mainly Yazidis, but also smaller numbers of Christians, Shiites, and other groups. And that resulted in the displacements of tens of thousands and the killings, sex slavery, and other things we saw in the news. And this led to the forced displacement of these groups from the orange areas here to the relative safety of the Kurdish-held green areas virtually overnight. So a lot of Christians thought that displacement would only last a few days or weeks, but it was actually more than 2 or 3 years before they could return. And when they did return, this is what they found. They found that their schools, their churches, their homes had been all but destroyed. Anything valuable was gone. A lot of the buildings had these torch marks from explosions and from firefights. And this is very much, these photos are recent, so these places pretty much look like this still today. And it was a similar story when it comes to levels of damage inflicted on people's homes. So this was one home that I visited in the Christian city of Karakosh, which is outside, in between Mosul and Erbil. And so what you see here is the AC at the top corner there was pried off, and you can actually see the beginnings of a tunnel that was begun to be dug by ISIS fighters before they eventually gave up. You can also see the burn marks there. And on the right is another picture also from Karakosh. And this is ISIS graffiti, which says that the Islamic State will live on. And I was really interested to learn that the residents of this town have collectively kind of decided not to paint over this graffiti. They actually want to keep it as a testament to the world and for anyone who visits, and to preserve the memory of what happened to them and of that displacement experience. So even though ISIS has been gone for more than 2 years, the trauma of displacement and the occupation by ISIS is very much a part of people's lived realities every time they step outside their front door. And as you can imagine, this kind of experience really devastated social trust and social cohesion in the area, especially between Christians and Muslims, who are largely perceived to be ISIS collaborators for choosing to stay behind when ISIS came into town, for not doing enough to safeguard the valuables of their Christian neighbors, for allegedly helping ISIS to identify Christian homes. And so this is the case also, and these tense relations also hold for Muslim groups who themselves were targeted by ISIS and forced to flee. So the predominant Christian view is that even those Muslim groups who were also targeted, they're threatening the Christian culture in the area, they're encroaching on Christian towns and villages, so kind of a typical urbanization and resentment story. So this leaves us with a really important policy question, which is how can we rebuild coexistence after this kind of violence? So as a lot of us know, backsliding into violence is really common after war, so that makes this question all the more important. It's thought to be that you need some kind of dynamic interaction between interventions that happen at the policy level, things like power sharing or institutional design, and interventions that happen at the grassroots level that should kind of keep interacting and reinforcing each other to create sustainable peace. So what I'm doing is focusing on one type of grassroots intervention, which is intergroup contact. And this theory was first put forth in the 1950s, and it actually related initially to desegregating US schools. And the idea is that positive, cooperative overgroup contact over a sustained period of time, with some other conditions, which I'll get to in a second, generally are thought to reduce prejudice, to foster intergroup friendships, and overall improve intergroup relations. And so we have a really exciting experimental evidence base and causal evidence base that's come out in recent years. And on the whole, it seems like positive contact does generally improve relations, with some important exceptions, but there's still a lot that we don't know. So we don't know like the particular conditions of contact that are needed. And actually, I'll get into the frontier of contact now. So as I mentioned, not any type of contact is thought to work. It should meet certain criteria. So these conditions are theorized to be that the contact should be positive, it should be cooperative, it should be endorsed by communal authorities, customs, laws, and norms, and it should ideally involve equal power status between members of both groups. So even if the two groups are unequal in society, they should be relatively equal within the context of the intervention. But we don't know which of these conditions matter, and we also don't know whether, even if all these conditions are met, what is the effect of positive contact on real-world behaviors. So at the risk of offending some of the economists in the room, I think there's a lot of positive things to be said about lab games and lab in the field games. They're very cleanly identified, and we know exactly what they're measuring a lot of the time, but we're not quite sure how this translates into external validity and some of the other behaviors that we care about, especially when it comes to social cohesion, which is a very difficult thing to measure in behavioral terms. And importantly, we don't know whether we would expect contact to work in a post-conflict setting. And there's actually a lot of reasons to think that it probably wouldn't. So prejudice is known to be particularly difficult to dislodge among certain groups. So it's particularly ingrained among adults, among those who are exposed to violence, and ethnic and religious prejudice in particular is thought to be very stubborn to change, as opposed to prejudice toward the disabled or the elderly, for example. So all of these things put together make you think that maybe we wouldn't potentially find positive effects of contact in this setting. So what I'm going to do, since I can't address all of this, and given the difficulty of the context I'm working in, is I'm actually going to hold constant these optimal conditions of contact. So I want to hit as many of those conditions as I can, and I'm going to test it in a post-conflict setting, and I'm going to test the effects of that contact on real-world behaviors. So with that, my research question is, can contact build coexistence, or more specifically, tolerant attitudes and behaviors after war? And to preview the main result, I found that contact strengthened ties with out-group peers, but not with strangers. And so what I find is that war entrenches prejudice and your general feelings about the out-group overall, but the specific people who you meet in the intervention, you'll have more positive attitudes and behaviors toward them, and that's something that we should, I would argue, consider as a win given the difficulty of working in this context. And I'm doing all of this against the backdrop of soccer. So those conditions I mentioned, cooperative, working toward a common goal, endorsed by authorities, sports and team sports and soccer in particular naturally tick a lot of those boxes, which is why I chose that setting. So the roadmap for the talk, I'll outline the research design, dig right into the main results, outline a couple of possible mechanisms. I'll talk about why cooperation is particularly important, working together on the same team, and then making sense of the results. So why do we see this change toward people who you know, but not toward people who you don't know, and then end with some key takeaways. So starting with the research design, my aim here was to improve Christian relations toward Muslims. This might seem a little bit odd, given that when we talk about persecution and intolerance in the Middle East, usually we're talking about Muslim-majority societies toward religious minorities like Christians. But in the setting I'm working in, 70 to 90% of the population of these towns are actually Christian. So it's a little bit of a role reversal in that sense. But an important ethical point to clarify is that all of the participants in the study were victims of ISIS, and they were all displaced. So that includes the various Muslim groups in the study as well. So my sample consisted of 51 Christian soccer teams in the Ankawa neighborhood of Erbil and in the Christian city of Karakush. And so what happened was I partnered with a local NGO, which was affiliated with one of the Iraqi churches, and we approached these pre-existing soccer teams. There's already these amateur leagues that are happening, and they're pretty much segregated by religion, so you can actually say something like an all-Christian team. Most of them were, almost all of them actually. And so we approached these teams and said, hey, we're going to set up these new leagues, and they're going to be awesome, and you're going to get new uniforms, and the fields are really nice, and your family can come, and but there's a catch, which is that we have this kind of diversity mandate. We want to include different communities, and so we're going to add some players to your team. So the teams had 9 or 10 people. We added 3 or 4 people. The reason why they have 9 or 10 is because their fields are smaller, and I don't want to say they're not in the best shape, but I really hope they're not watching this. So then we added 3 or 4 people to their team, and we said these 3 or 4 guys who are added to your team, they may or may not be Christian. And at this point, there was like some pushback. There was a lot of skepticism, and so we worked with the coaches to think of how we can align their incentive structure to make this a little bit easier to swallow, which involved nice uniforms. And so we got there in the end. And so this is actually a really important learning point. If you're dealing with something like prejudice or intolerance, you need to get over that first order problem of actually getting people to participate in an intergroup program, and so you need to give them the incentives to do that, because there's a reason why they're not interacting in their daily life to start out with. So what we did was we got these teams and then we added 3 or 4 Christians to these Christian teams as part of the control condition, and the treated groups received 3 or 4 Muslim players. And so the setup was we had actually 4 leagues that happened, and 3 of them had this setup here. Half the teams were all Christian, and they got Christian players added. The other half were mixed, and they got Muslims added. And then I kept another league kind of as a reference group, a bit of a pure control, but that was actually not experimental. It was based on living next to a particular field, so I don't include the results here, but you can look that up in the paper if you're interested. And so I conducted this randomization using a block randomization. So based on people's responses to a question about baseline empathy toward Muslims, I then randomized them into one of these conditions. And so we have randomization that happened at 3 levels. First, which teams from the area were recruited for the study. The second is the actual treatment status, so the coin flip of whether you were in a mixed team or an all-Christian team. And then lastly, the individual players who were added to your team, like these dark blue or yellow guys, they themselves were drawn from the rosters of teams who were not included to participate in the study. So this ensured that these were the guys who were added were of a similar skill level because they were already practicing with similar teams, which is really important. So what do these guys look like? Yeah, I'll talk about the importance of skill later because that was also key. So the average, or actually the median respondent was a 24-year-old male who's unemployed, who was not married, and who has a high school education. In terms of their intergroup attitudes, they had few to no Muslim friends. They would not be willing to sell land to a Muslim, and they would not want to have a Muslim as a neighbor. How do they compare to the general population? So I oversaw a survey of Christian IDPs in Ankawa in 2017, about 1,000 of them, which I now know I need to add to the micro-library. And so compared to that group, they seem a little bit less in favor of coexistence. They're less likely to say they're proud to be Iraqi. They're less likely to find Muslims to be welcoming, less likely to want to sell land to Muslims. So on the whole, this seems like a slightly less tolerant than normal subgroup compared to the general population of Christian IDPs from which they're drawn.
About the kind of like the external validity. So in your setting, soccer is a constant sum game in that there's room for 11 players on the field at any given time, right? And so if you're adding more players, then that has a direct negative impact on existing teams, and so that's a very specific setting. Whereas intergroup contact in other settings may not have that constant sum property, right? Or any comments on that, or how representative is this?
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, having guys added to your team and then playing in a very competitive environment where you have these constraints that you just mentioned, if anything, it would probably be like a hard case because it might make the contact less positive. On the other hand, to try to mitigate this a little bit, I put together like a protocol for the coaches to follow in terms of substitutions to make sure the players are being rotated fairly evenly to try to mitigate this a little bit.
I won't belabor the point, but it will depend on how you react to a Muslim versus a Christian taking your spot, though. I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, which is also why for the control condition they still had 3 players added who were new, who they hadn't trained with, which also gets at that a little bit. But you're right, it is like kind of a unique setup. So I'll talk a little bit about generalizability at the end too. So in terms of outcomes, I collected attitudinal and behavioral outcomes. And so the behavioral outcomes, I split them up into what I think captures more internal tolerance, so how you act toward other guys who are on your team and who are in the league. And so I'll start with those. So first we looked at how likely you were to sign up for a mixed team next season. We also measured whether you were voted for a Muslim player to receive a sportsmanship award. So this was an award that was only for one of the added players, and you could not vote for someone on your team. So were you then more likely to nominate someone for this award who was Muslim if you had Muslim teammates? And then lastly, we looked at whether you were training with Muslim players 6 months after the intervention ended. So this seems a little mechanical, like biased in favor of the treated group, some inertia, they could just keep playing with the same guys. So just 2 points on that. The first is that we actually look at whether they train with people who they met on their team, in the leagues, or in the neighborhood. And actually about half of them who were training with Muslims 6 months later were training with Muslim players who they encountered outside of their team. And secondly, what was my second point? Oh yeah, so at baseline, only 2 of the 51 teams had ever trained with Muslims. So even if we find that you just are sticking with the same guys who we put you with in the intervention, I'd argue that that's still a win. It seems like kind of a plausible counterfactual is that you wouldn't be training with Muslims because actually none of them were training with them at that point. So looking at external tolerance, so your behaviors and attitudes toward more generalized, general members of the outgroup rather than the guys that you meet. So I first look at your whether or not you attend a mixed social event. So this was an event that was organized by the league administration, but it was a social event that happened 3 months after the league ended, and it was open to the neighborhood. And the players were also encouraged to bring their families. So this was an event where people knew that Muslims from the town would be attending and that they could bring their family and friends so that they would potentially be exposed to Muslim strangers who they hadn't met before. So we record whether you show up at this event. And conditional on attending, do you bring your wife or your girlfriend or your sister? So that's a particularly high level bar for social trust in this context. And then secondly, I look at whether you're more likely to patronize a Muslim business if you were played on a mixed team. So what I did was I teamed up with a restaurant that is in Mosul, which is a very heavily Muslim city, and it's very much associated with ISIS in people's minds. This was kind of the de facto capital of ISIS. And actually, the Christians who I interviewed for this study and also for the larger survey I did, most of them haven't been back since 2014, even though it's the nearest big city, and a lot of them went to university there. So this is kind of a big step for how, in terms of how comfortable you are with Muslim strangers. Do you feel comfortable going to a restaurant in Mosul? And to measure this, I used a system of vouchers, which were stamped with the players' unique IDs to track whether or not they attended, and then conditional on attending, how much did they spend, and who did they go with. Lastly, I look at whether you donate your $1 survey compensation to an NGO that only serves Christians, so usually people chose their local church, or whether you chose an NGO or a group that serves both Muslims and Christians, so something like a cancer ward or an orphanage or the UNHCR, actually.
Maybe you'll get to this, but I mean, it seems like the salience of what you were after was pretty clear, and more clear for the treatment and the control. Do you have a way of dealing with that? I mean, maybe interaction with you and your values might, maybe that's the treatment, is what I'm getting at.
Is it obvious what my values are from the, okay. Yeah, so just two responses to that. So firstly, in terms of the social desirability bias in this setting, it actually goes against the tolerant framework. So actually it's very heavily rewarded socially here to be seen as being very protective of Christian interests and actually to refuse interacting with outgroups, and that was why we had that initial pushback when we wanted to do the study. There's also some work that's been done on researcher bias, or I can't remember the name now, like when people try to figure out what the researcher is after, and someone will know the technical term for this. Whatever. Is Momolo and Peterson meta-analysis where they find that they don't find actually any effects of this. Does that not demand bias maybe? Yeah. And then secondly, I'd say that that's really the importance of these behavioral outcomes. So even if the survey responses potentially people might infer that I'm after some kind of tolerant effect, these behaviors people are not aware that we're like recording in any systematic way, and they're much more like naturalistic. So I'd say that that's really the value of combining different data sources.
But still, yeah, I guess I don't find that so convincing. I mean, you know, it really is, it's your agenda that are involved in this broader project, and that could influence, I mean, these are religious people, so some sense of a broader vision that comes from your experiment rather than their own experience.
Sure. A quick comment on that is that this kind of messaging we had for the entire league, so all the respondents were exposed to this idea that we have a diversity mandate and this kind of thing, so you wouldn't expect to see necessarily differences between treatment and control, and then we also control for the baseline responses in the survey as well. Okay, so for the attitudes that I measure, so there were 14 survey items that capture like some dimension of intergroup relations that we care about, and I used a hierarchical clustering model to essentially just collapse these into 4 indices. And these go from -1 to 1, and they're normalized at 0. They have a standard deviation of 1. So the first the first is what I label coexistence or belief in coexistence. So it's questions like, would life be better if we treat each other as Iraqis first? It's arbitrary to have these religious and ethnic boundaries. The second index is what I call intergroup attitudes. So these are specific questions where we outline views toward Muslims. So things like, would you be willing to sell land to these various Muslim groups? The third is what I call Muslim blame. So how likely are you to blame these various Muslim groups for Christian suffering? And lastly, what I call the Muslim neighbor index. So how likely are you to say that you would be okay having these various Muslim groups as neighbors? So I'm gonna jump right into the main results. So what I'm about to show you are predicted probabilities for the treatment and the control group, which are adjusted for these, for some basic covariates, and importantly, I also control for the randomization block and the responses and the outcome at baseline where possible. So here you can see the predicted probabilities for treatment and control with the difference and the p-value, and then the p-value in brackets is the block bootstrap p-value in case you're worried about the number of clusters. The standard errors here are clustered at the team level, that's to try to get at the small sample constraint. So for these behaviors that capture internal tolerance, you're about 12 percentage points more likely to sign up for a mixed team next season. You're about 16 percentage points more likely to vote for a Muslim player to receive a sportsmanship award, and you're about 34% more likely to be training with Muslims 6 months after the intervention ends if you were assigned to a mixed team. Moving to external bit tolerance, we see it's kind of a wash here. So you're not really more likely to show up to this mixed social event. You're not that much more likely to visit Mosul, although this could just be like some measurement error. I might just need a bigger sample, but it seems it's something I'm not able to detect. And there's also no difference in your propensity to donate to a mixed NGO. And ending with the attitudinal indices, I see kind of mixed effects on both the Muslim neighbor index and the Muslim blame. But I do see this strong and very positive 0.63 standard deviations effect on your score on the coexistence index. So this abstract belief that coexistence is possible. So something will probably strike you here, which is it seems that the results are really concentrated on the internal behaviors, and especially the behaviors toward the guys you meet in the league, as opposed to strangers from the outgroup, which I'll get into. So moving on to possible mechanisms, I tested 4 different mechanisms, some qualitatively, some quantitatively. And so I don't find any evidence that being on a mixed team provided more information about Muslims. So one common way to measure this is agreement with certain stereotypes, and I didn't see any movement on that. That could be because these groups have kind of lived side by side for a very long time, and so no new information was revealed, and they also already know that Muslims love to play soccer. So that kind of main thing about them that might have brought them together, this was already known because Muslims have their parallel leagues. I also don't find any evidence that there was more empathy toward Muslims either. So you're not more likely to say you have more in common, and these things are kind of related. Like you'd think maybe the more you know and you have these common interests that you'd be more likely to be empathetic, but in this case, one potential explanation is there wasn't that much new information revealed. But I do find some evidence for changing norms around contact among both players and the local community. So I do find some evidence that contact within the team normalized contact in other settings as well. And I do find evidence that if you had a positive experience, so the better your team did, the stronger these effects are. So first I'll talk about these changing norms. So these are some quotes from interviews with the players this actually took place 4 months after the intervention ended. So one guy said, honestly, before you would never see Muslims playing with a Christian team. This is the first time because of the league. And he's right, like in the baseline data, almost none of the teams had ever trained with Muslims before. Another guy said, when the game is over, we hug and kiss and congratulate each other even when we lose. That was really a huge thing. So these micro gestures that show that you have just some positive experience or a positive relationship, this was like unheard of before, and it started to become more common. Another quote was, we see each other in the neighborhood, we call each other for a glass of tea or coffee, we're still in touch. So this suggests that some friendships had arisen, which is also in line with the predictions of contact theory, and that's also something borne out in the survey data. So playing on a mixed team made you, I think, around 8 or 9 percentage points more likely to say that your friend group was mixed. I also did a survey of local residents who would show up to the game. So you can see here a picture of a typical league game. So you'd have hundreds of people who would turn out and watch. The Facebook group for the leagues now has like 2,800 people. So it was a very big kind of social thing. So I oversaw these surveys that took place 3 months after the intervention ended. And this is obviously endogenous. So your exposure to the league is endogenous maybe to how you feel about diversity. But what I find is just some suggestive evidence that there's some correlation here between your exposure to the leagues and having a positive view of intergroup contact. So for example, if you attended the final game, which had like a lot of fanfare and a lot of the messaging about the league, and it was made very clear this was an interfaith league, attending the final made you more likely to say that the league had a positive impact on the community. And moving from the first to the fifth quintile in terms of the number of games you attended also made you more likely to say that you support other mixed programming in the town in the future. And so the examples that were given were volleyball leagues for women and gardening clubs. So it suggests that potentially we've normalized contact a little bit. And so team success. So this was the other mechanism I find evidence for. So someone mentioned the importance of skill. This really was borne out in my experience. So team success was really instrumental in amplifying some of these results. So actually this is a quote that I actually overheard, which was that there was a Christian player and he was on a control team that was all Christian, and he's looking at his team playing against this mixed team where there's one Muslim striker who's very, very good, and he was like on starting his second hat trick, and he's just like, why couldn't you give us that guy, not like, kind of pointing behind him. So to look at this a bit more systematically, what I'm showing you here is just looking at the treated group, so just the guys who played on mixed teams. I'm comparing those who played on successful versus unsuccessful teams, which I operationalize as whether or not you reach the knockout stage. So it was a league, and then it moved into a knockout starting from the semifinals. So what I find is that moving from successful to an unsuccessful to a successful team made you more likely to say that you would sign up for a mixed team in the future. It made you double as likely to patronize the restaurant in Mosul, and it also made you almost double as likely to attend the social event. So I'm dealing with small sample sizes here, so don't take these magnitudes too seriously, but it does seem like there's something going on with the team performance. You might also be thinking maybe team performance is post-treatment. And so what I try to do to get at this is to show balance on the player skill level. So I had the RAs actually rate the player skill level at baseline to show that they were somewhat balanced. And we also find similar balance in terms of the number of goals scored and the points accumulated by the team as well. Moving on to why cooperation matters. So I've unpacked what happened with the treated group, so what happened with the control group. So these were guys who were on all Christian teams who only met Muslims as adversaries. So what I'm showing you now are the differences between their end line and baseline responses. So essentially their change over time on their attitudinal outcomes I'm interested in, and basically there's no difference. So their attitudes don't change. So this kind of is in line with a lot of other evidence on contact, which is that the contact really should be cooperative, working for a common goal, not adversarial, not competitive. I just think this is a really fun table. I don't have a lot of theoretic justification for it, other than I wanted to rule out that there was potentially more aggression when all Christian teams faced off against mixed teams. And I do the t-test between the number of cards, yellow cards and red cards, which I use as a proxy for aggression. And I don't find any difference. So that's good news that we're not creating a more aggressive or dangerous environment by people playing against each other. I haven't talked about the Muslim participants a lot. That's only because the sample size is small for these guys compared to the Christians. So this is very noisy data, so I don't read into it too much, but there doesn't seem to be a big difference over time either for these guys. So it didn't seem like maybe contact did a whole lot for them over time to change their views, but it's also not a backlash effect. So this would really need to be replicated in other contexts with bigger sample sizes to see the effect on the people who are being kind of added or the minority in the given context. I'm going to end with this discussion on external versus internal tolerance. Just to be clear, this was a discovery for me, so this is not pre-registered, but this is me trying to kind of offer one possibility for why the effects are concentrated on internal tolerance. And so we know in general that attitude and prejudice and changing and updating your beliefs about a group as a whole is very cognitively burdensome. And that's especially the case if you've been exposed to violence or after war. So I think these generalized beliefs about Muslims and norms toward Muslims are very hard to change with something like contact. And one example that I give is this gentleman who was one of the participants in the league, and this was him on the left here just before his team played their final game, and he brought a picture of his relative, I think his father, but I'm not sure, who actually died in this war with ISIS. And here's the same guy on the right playing on a mixed team with his Muslim friends, and he's laughing in the same evening and having a good time. So these friendships have arisen, but at the same time, I don't expect this guy to change his beliefs about Muslims as a whole, or to answer differently to a survey item on, do you think Muslims are responsible for Christian suffering? And so what I'd argue is two things here. The first is that even if we only change those secondary relationships and those weak ties toward peers and friends and acquaintances, that's still really worth doing, because we know those relationships are key for social trust. And especially given the difficulty of the context, like that should still be considered a win. And secondly, it might be the case that we don't need to actually change underlying attitudes. Like, maybe it's okay if people have these underlying negative beliefs about the outgroup, or if as long as their behaviors and their actual everyday interactions are improved, then maybe that's the thing we should be focusing on. And of course, on the background of all this is huge measurement error that's associated with surveys. They're very noisy. Maybe we're not able to reliably measure, or the participants can't reliably articulate these very subtle shifts in their attitudes. So maybe we should be focusing more on behaviors. So how generalizable are these results? So what do I think is really doing the work here, since playing on a mixed league and on a mixed team is definitely a bundled treatment? I found that the fact that the leagues were very apolitical was very important. So especially in this part of the world, there's a lot of fatigue around like slogans and platitudes about diversity and, oh, we're all one hand and this kind of thing. Like, one of the respondents actually told me that the phrase interfaith tolerance has done more to make people hate Christians than anything else, because people are so sick of hearing it. So the fact that we didn't actually have very explicit messaging, I think, was kind of a relief. It was seen as kind of neutral territory. Secondly, I found it really helpful that these leagues were endorsed by local authorities. So here's like a priest who is handing out awards at the end of the final game. Had we not had that support, I don't think people would have signed up. It was important that this was a positive experience. So I think 92 or 93% of respondents said they would sign up again. And that was really important to keep people engaged in the league. So not just sign up, but to actually keep them committed. And so what settings do I think this can generalize to? I think it can generalize to other settings where you have this positive cooperative contact, so things like classrooms, dormitories, other civic society associations, like things like clubs that are based on a common interest and not some kind of immutable ethnic or national or religious identity. So with that, my takeaways are that I found that positive contact can build everyday coexistence toward weak ties, so toward people who you've met personally, your friends, your acquaintances, your peers. And at the same time, I don't find evidence, which doesn't mean it's not possible, but I'm not able to detect it with the sample size. So I'm going to say I have no evidence that it can change more generalized prejudice. Having said that, it seems like we should be focusing more on potentially on behaviors and measuring attitudes, especially when measuring behaviors. There are a lot of binary, just some nice 0-1 behaviors that we can capture to at least complement the attitudinal indices that we have and outcomes that we have. And that this really rich literature on social trust and the importance of these cross-cutting, bridging ties, associations is really worth revisiting. What we still don't know about contact, we don't know what type of contact works, so I don't know the necessary or sufficient conditions. I just ticked all the ones that I could include in one bundle to make it as positive as possible, and just to show this is a proof of concept, of concept. And then secondly, we also don't know how contact compares to other tools. There's a great poster back there, and I know the World Bank is doing great work on psychosocial support of IDPs in Iraq, and so we don't know how tools like that potentially could improve things like social cohesion as opposed to contact. We also don't know how contact works when we're dealing with two groups from the same country. So here I'm dealing with Muslims and Christians, but they're all Iraqi. Would this extend to migrant-native relations in other settings? And so actually I have a project with Sandra and another with Alex Scacco at VCB, where we're actually trying to replicate and extend this idea of intergroup contact, but test this among migrants and natives in Colombia and also in Lebanon. Lastly, we're not quite sure the right balance of grassroots versus policy level. Things are getting very hectic in Iraq right now. It's a country with very complicated geopolitical alliances, and it's hard to know how ethnic entrepreneurs could stoke these tensions and whether the effects that I find here are really resilient to these overarching conflicts that are happening. So we don't really know how those two things interact, but that this is room for future research to see kind of the resilience of these kinds of effects. And with that, I'll leave my takeaway slide for you to digest, and I'll end with a bit of self-promotion and say, if you're interested in designing behavioral outcomes, especially when it comes to social cohesion, or if you have a program where you're bringing together different groups and they're receiving some common service or something, there's probably a way to optimize that to unlock some of these the positive potential of intergroup contact. So find me afterwards, and thank you.
Thanks, Salma. A couple of more minutes for questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
I can just speak really loudly. Quick question. I'd like to hear more about sample attrition in your survey. I'm sorry, not in your survey, in your study. So compared to your baseline, how many people did you have at end line? Oh, thank you. Compared to your baseline, what was your sample size at endline, and did you see any particular characteristics of attrition that would lead you to suspect endogeneity?
Yeah, good question. So if I remember off the top of my head, I think 92% actually retained through the study were retained. The ones who dropped out, it was for either they got injured, so they actually had started but then dropped out, or they were called up for military service in Mosul, so they weren't able to come. So it's a pretty small number, and for those we actually have like their cases documented, and they had actually either dropped out before treatment assignments were made, or they had these two like extenuating conditions. So luckily this wasn't an issue, and I think the reason was that we had designed it to be a very professionalized league that was where people were inherently motivated to keep going. So that made a big difference.
So I live in Erbil, as you know, I'm based there. And I might have missed this, but were the games in Ainkawa only, or Ainkawa and Karakosh?
Sure, so we had one league that happened in Ainkawa while displacement was still ongoing, so when people were displaced there. And then we had 3 other leagues after displacement was over, so after return. And one of those leagues was in Ainkawa, and the other 2 were in Karakosh.
And then the Muslim men that you recruited for the games, were they Sunni Arab or Sunni Kurdish, and was that important when you recruited them?
Yeah, so for the first league, they were actually Sunni Arab, who were displaced to Ainkawa, and for the subsequent leagues, it was a mix, but I'd say the majority were actually Shia Shabak. So it was a mix of Sunni Arab and Shia Shabak, which is why we, in the outcome measures, we had to basically split out all of these questions about intergroup relations and specify the particular group we were talking about.
And do you think that people would have been less likely to play on the games had they been Sunni Arab rather than Shia Shabak?
So the fact that we were kind of able to run one of the leagues with the Sunni Arabs when they were still available around during displacement makes me think that it was possible. So like we did do it. And then just because of the timing, when we ran the leagues a second time, the Muslims in that area in Karakosh, they are Shia Shabak. So there was really no other option to include other groups. But the success of that first league makes me think that it's possible with the right kind of incentives and making sure that the local Christian leaders are involved.
I wanted to think a little bit theoretically about, one way we would think about this is the sample of people we meet are Muslims affects our sense of the distribution of Muslims. Another way of thinking about that is that as we get to know somebody, we change how we identify them, right? And it seems like you would buy into the second story. And I was thinking, is there a way to sort of evaluate that? It strikes me you actually could ask people to identify who this person is, and originally they would be, this person's a Muslim, afterwards they say, this guy's a soccer player, this person's my friend. I'm just wondering, is that the right way to think about it, given your sort of ongoing conversation, or is there some other way to sort of think about it theoretically?
That's a great idea, and I'm going to use that and not give you credit in the future. Okay. Secondly, so yeah, I think there is some of that going on. So one concern with things like intergroup contact is that you're gonna limit or fence off all the positive things that come out of that experience to that individual who you met. You're not actually gonna generalize it to the group where they came from, which I think I actually pick up a little bit of this here. So I think it extended to the guys who you met in the league, maybe not just on your team, or other guys who play soccer, but not further. So I think this is real, and that itself is endogenous to how you feel about the outgroup. It's basically stereotyping. How much do you rely on stereotypes? One thing that I have found in some other work I've done are there any Liverpool Football Club fans in this room? So I have a paper on Mohamed Salah. Okay, there's some United fan I'm going to ignore. And so we look at exposure to Mohamed Salah, who is this very famous Muslim player on this Liverpool football team in England, which is doing very well at the moment. And we find in our survey experiment and evidence from hate crimes data and other things that the reason why their positive exposure to him, or one pretty plausible reason why their exposure to him generalized to their attitudes toward Muslims, is that he is seen as very typical and very representative. So he has a beard, he talks with an accent, he prays very visibly when he scores goals, he named his daughter Mecca. Like, you can't get around the fact that this guy is Muslim. You can't say he's an exception, he's not like the others. So that also, I think, goes a long way, like how typical someone is seen of the outgroup.
This is on the Momo Salah effect. You look at the local neighborhood effects, but do you have data? Do you have enough supporters to actually look at that effect, among supporters of mixed teams? And then just a joke, but on the Momo Salah effect, you should look at the reverse effect he could have. I'm a Roma supporter. We sold Salah to Liverpool, so I would expect that the effects would be the opposite.
That's for future researchers to take on. We've outlined the research design, and it can really be done with like so many different contexts of any like celebrity who joins a team or something and they do really well. If you just track that and do a diff and diff, you can apply this research design to other contexts and do the same when a player starts doing really badly or they have a really bad season or some other incident happens, to see if there's a backlash effect. Because again, it's linked to this team success that I find here. Like, is it just because Liverpool's doing so well? I'm sure that's part of it. Like, if they were doing the way they did, for the past 30 years, then maybe you wouldn't find similar effects. So I think it might be a necessary condition, but we need more work teasing out the conditions of contact to really be sure.
Okay, thanks again.
Our study in Colombia will have women soccer players, so I'm hoping to see that. There's a lot of work that suggests that women in general are more empathetic and pro-social, and so maybe their baseline levels might be higher. But that's the next wave, and something I really hope to do in the future.
Thanks. Nazreen, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. I want to congratulate my fellow panelists. This has been a superb set of two presentations. I want to thank the organizers. I am part of the team from the American University of Beirut, so not the DC one. And we are, it's actually older than the DC one, for what it's worth. And so we are working on a project that measures the impact of multi-purpose cash assistance in humanitarian settings. And I'm going to take us back to the morning context, which was Syrian refugees. The domination of the morning context was Syrian refugees in Lebanon. And I'm going to be presenting very preliminary findings for now. So just to give you a sense of the project, this is a part of a larger effort on cash assistance, more generally called the Cash Monitoring, Evaluation, Accountability, and Learning Organizational Network, probably named this way to get the nice acronym Chameleon. Although for 2 years now, I've forgotten how to spell chameleon the right way because of this. So yeah, so it's funded by all of this set of very generous donors, implemented, as I'll discuss, partly by a steering committee, which I'll describe. So we, as part of this larger team, were commissioned. This team at the American University of Beirut was commissioned to measure the impact of this program of cash assistance to Syrian refugees by this Chameleon network, so this cash monitoring and evaluation network. And so we're grateful to all of these organizations listed here. What I should say, of course, is that the views that I'm going to express here don't reflect the views of any of these organizations. They're just us, the team that happened to be working on this project, but also that, that these are preliminary results. Again, I'll keep saying that because more and more is coming up really soon. So the steering committee, so the core of this network, are these three organizations. And again, so we were grateful to them.
And so some background, and again, this is something that has been reiterated a number of times since yesterday, I guess, that globally, almost 71 million people are forcibly displaced, according to UNHCR, and the nature of these of humanitarian crises in general are changing in the sense that they are becoming more and more protracted. So something that Ola also touched on this morning, that has been coupled with a growth in volume and length of assistance, and gradually become more directed towards these long-run crises, protracted crises for the displaced and refugees. And so to get a sense of that and the particular kind of program that we are looking at, which is cash assistance, in 2016, there was an estimated 2.8, almost $3 billion in humanitarian assistance dispersed through cash and vouchers. And that was up 100% from only 2 years earlier. So we're looking at this kind of program that's clearly getting more and more sort of attention and traction in the humanitarian world. So what about zooming in on the specific case of the program we're looking at, Syrian refugees in Lebanon? So again, a fact that apparently only 7% of us this morning didn't know. Lebanon is currently hosts the highest number of refugees per capita. So it's clear, it's almost 1.5 million refugees. Almost 1 million are registered with UNHCR. And as we saw this morning, not very many returnees at all. And this population is actually extremely vulnerable, right? 73% live below the poverty line, which is set at $114 per person per month. 55% live below the lower poverty line. So this is really basic needs, $87 per person per month. What is the program that we're looking at? It's a multi-purpose cash, or MPC as I'll be calling it throughout, assistance targeting Syrian refugees. So this starts in November 2017. It actually starts before then, but in November 2017 starts to become something implemented by the World Food Program and UNHCR and some other organizations as well. What it consists of is a transfer of $175 per household, regardless of size, per month in multi-purpose cash assistance to eligible households for 12 months per cycle. So the way it works is a household is selected on a yearly basis based on a proxy means testing targeting formula, right? And that sort of meant to predict expenditure level at the household level. And it's based on a set of socio-demographic characteristics extracted from the UNHCR database that, again, we've all been referencing all day, and basically ranks households of the million registered household refugees, ranks them from most vulnerable to least vulnerable. And then this same targeting formula gets re-estimated every year. And so this study takes this context and basically looks at the effect of this transfer of $175 per household per month. Just to scale this a little bit, the average household expenditure per month for this population in Lebanon is around 500. So this is pretty sizable. And again, it's going to the most vulnerable who will likely spend much, much less than 500. So the research question, we're going to try to tease out the causal impact of this multi-purpose cash provided by these two organizations, the World Food Program and UNHCR. It's going to be measured, when I say causal impact, the impact on a number of well-being measures, so household expenditures, education, employment, access to healthcare, decision-making, food security, housing, a whole battery of potential outcomes that we look at. And specifically, the questions that we try to answer are, does variation in the duration of assistance, so how many years, how many cycles of this 12-month program you are eligible for and get benefits from, does that actually affect the outcomes? And also, and this is something programmers in the field are always asking us, what happens when households are no longer eligible, right? So what happens when households get discontinued because it's a new cash cycle, so we're reselecting our participants. So what contribution do we think this is making? Well, there's a lot of evidence out there on the impact of cash transfers. And it's pretty mixed. There's consistent evidence that it's very good in improving or effective in improving food security, but the evidence on other of these outcomes that we're looking at is a little bit more mixed. But then when we take it to the humanitarian context, then there's less evidence, right? So, and there's need for more evidence. As we said, the funding for cash and voucher assistance programs in humanitarian settings has doubled in recent years, right? So this is hopefully informing that type of programming. And then in the context of Lebanon, these cash assistance programs have been evaluated, but what's new here is we are actually able to look at different durations of program enrollment, of discontinuation, and we're also looking at a much wider set of well-being outcomes. So how do we do this? Well, we actually implement 3 waves of data collection in 3 regions of the country where a lot of these refugees and the potential beneficiaries of this program reside, the Bekaa, the North, and Mount Lebanon. And the 3 waves of data collection are 6 months apart. And I show you the timeline here. So a cash rollout, a cash program begins in November every year. So November 2017 is when this program that we're interested in starts, and it goes on for 12 months. And our first survey is in July of 2018, so 9 months into the cash rollout. And then November 2018 happens, and there's a new cash rollout, right? So it's the same amount. It's just that it's a new targeting formula, so new ranking of vulnerabilities, and new households get selected. We go out into the field again in February 2019, collect a new wave of data, and then we go again in July of 2019. I've sort of shaded that because I'm not going to be presenting data from that last round. Only the first 2 waves will be shown here. And we're looking at the causal impact of this $175 per household per month distributed by the World Food Program and UNHCR. And we're basically comparing households that receive the cash to households that don't receive the cash. Again, based on only the first 2 waves for now. And the 3rd wave will be incorporated hopefully in the coming 2 months or so. So preliminary takeaways, if you sort of check out the rest of the presentation or have other things to do, if you want to take away one thing from this particular work, is that we find evidence that the multi-purpose cash program does work in many ways, so can work in the setting of Syrian refugees in Lebanon. So it's good news for the program. We have evidence of improvement in some indicators of food security, of household expenditures per capita, of housing, of education, of employment, and of access to primary health care. Now, this is sort of a more nuanced finding, and one, again, that the programmers have been quite interested to know the answer to. So we know that the total number of beneficiaries has been constant throughout the whole sort of 2 years that we've been looking at this. But the actual enrollees, the people who do get the benefit, change. And so what we're able to tease out is that for most outcomes, receiving MPC, receiving the multi-purpose cash, and then getting discontinued is not really significantly different from never having received cash. We don't have a lot. We'll have more evidence once we incorporate the last wave, but we can already show some preliminary findings on this particular fact. Caution, again, we're still in the middle of it. There's one more wave of data, which means we'll be able to get something much more sort of fine-grained soon. And another word of caution is that we're looking at impacts, but we don't know the mechanisms, right? We cannot see with this very large set of outcomes that we look at, we don't actually delve into the particular linkages or moderators or mediators of the effects that we observe. So that's going to be hopefully future research in another project. So the methodology is quite standard. So the idea is that the eligibility, so how households get selected, is that they're ranked according to their score from the targeting formula that UNHCR uses using proxy means testing. And that's based on only data from the UNHCR database. So basically socio-demographic variables profiling these households. The World Food Program basically follows a bottom-up approach, goes from the most vulnerable household, gives them the $175 and keeps moving to until it's completely basically spent all its budget. UNHCR does something roughly similar, except they have regional quotas in the 3 regions that we're surveying, so the Beqaa, the North, and Mount Lebanon. And so the point at which both agencies run out, and the points at which the program is completely, fully dispersed, is completely arbitrary, right? So there's this cutoff point that creates a quasi-natural experiment around which the last eligible household is basically just below the cutoff, and the next household who's just above the cutoff does not get the cash. And so arguably, these households just below the cutoff, households just above the cutoff are similar on most metrics. And so we could reasonably attribute any differences in outcome that we see to the causal impact of this cash that they're getting. And of course, we check the validity of this using formal tests, right? So visually, we're really not looking at a nationally representative set of the Syrian refugees in Lebanon. Rather, we're looking at the most vulnerable. And in fact, the last household, the last beneficiary household is still below the poverty line, still below the lower poverty line. And so we're looking at this arbitrary MPC cutoff line. And we're going to use that to implement a quasi-experimental fuzzy regression discontinuity design, where our population is the total list of households just below, just above this arbitrary cutoff, based on the UNHCR database that we then sample. And then we can append administrative data to these selected households on all of those various other assistance programs that they get, in kind and cash. Now, the good news for us, for the economists on the team anyway, is that we actually have more exogenous variation than that. And the reason is that between the first cash cycle of 2017 and the next cash cycle of 2018, the eligibility criteria change, right? The formula for targeting changes. And so there's yet another source of exogenous variability that happens between the 2 samples of data that I'm showing you, the 2 waves of data that I'm showing you the results from, which means we have all these variations in treatment. So we basically have households that happen to receive this assistance program for 4 months. These are households we survey in our second wave who only became eligible in November 2018. Households who receive the MPC for 9 months, others that receive it for 16 months, and then others that received it for a whole year, and now the time we're observing them have been off the program for 4 months. And then we also, of course, have control households that never got MPC throughout this, these 2 waves of data collection, of surveys. So, I mean, to see this a bit more visually, so we have, from our first wave of data collected in July 2018, we have those people who got 9 months of cash since the beginning of the program, and then those people who got no cash at all, so this is the control. And then when we add to it our second wave of data, we have several different sort of heterogeneous treatment groups here. We have households that only started receiving cash in the second cycle, so they only have 4 months of cash by the time we observe them. Others that have been in both cycles, so they have a really long run benefit, right, 16 months. And then those that were eligible and then stopped being eligible when the formula for eligibility changed in November 2018. And then, of course, there are also, in our second wave, those that never got MPC, never got treated. So how does this look when we actually go out and collect the data? Well, these are the various sizes of these different treatments with different durations of cash assistance versus the controls. And this is a sort of distribution geographically across the 3 regions that we surveyed, where most of the beneficiaries, 95% of all beneficiaries of these programs are in these 3 governorates of Lebanon. So it does not include the capital, Beirut, where much lower concentration of the refugees reside. So we're going to use 2-stage least squares. In our first stage, we're going to regress treatment, so multi-purpose cash, as a function of the predicted treatment assignments. So the sort of, do you lie below the cutoff point or above the cutoff point of the formula that supposedly makes you eligible for cash, other observables, and a sort of a smoothing function, a spline function of the targeting formula. In the second stage, for each of the outcomes that we look at, we're going to estimate the effect of treatment free of confounders from the first stage based on comparisons of similar households that are around the cutoff points. So formally, yes?
Microphone.
You're taking a lot of care with the discontinuity in the second point, but your conditioning variable is potentially endogenous. And so, in principle, what we would like to do is take care of the endogeneity of that as well. You're treating them inconsistently, which seems a little bit odd. Now, of course, the coincidence of somebody who was just on the boundary twice would be a hard source of identification, but it strikes me worth thinking about. It doesn't sound like you've done so, but maybe I'm wrong.
So I may have actually. I know I didn't mention this, but maybe this is where we're sort of getting confused. We actually have 2 different cross sections, right? So the people who are on the boundary twice happen to have their score in 2 different formulas be on the boundary twice, but we're only actually looking at. So we're sort of separating the controls, right, for each wave.
The populations are still then going to be endogenous for the same reason that the first that you're worried about in the regression discontinuity.
Right.
And it sounds like what you're saying is there's nothing you can do about it because it's not a panel; it's actually 2 cross sections, which is a fair response. I was trying to understand why you're doing what you're doing.
Okay. So the other thing is we actually, if what you're worried about is the running variable, so we no. So you're.
And that you've been receiving the payments, right? That simply reflects a decision that was made in the first wave,
right?
And that's subject to the same endogenous bias as the one that you're looking at in the second wave, and potentially also in the first wave.
Well, so
it's whether you got the program in the amount of time I've been in the program is a function of whether I happen to be in or out of the program in the first stage. So that's going to be subject to the same endogenous bias as whether I'm in the program today.
Right. So, but every time that we're actually selecting people in our sample, you're really, really close to the boundary, right? So those people who have been in the program for 2 cycles happen to have been in the program 2 cycles and be close to the boundary during the
second cycle, but not the first. That's the point.
Yeah. So. So formally, this is what it looks like. So we're sort of all familiar with this sort of setup. So our first stage is the actual treatment, the multi-purpose cache, and that's regressed on the sort of the E is eligibility here. So it's whether you actually happen to lie just below the score at which the funding ran out or just above it. That actual score with a sort of a linear spline, that's my F function, and then a bunch of controls for observables and regional fixed effects. And so in the second stage is the outcome of interest regressed on the results, the predicted value of treatment from the first stage. And so what we're interested in here is this alpha, right, the effect of this treatment on the treated. And this is going to be well defined, as we know from RDD, if basically the denominator here is non-zero. So those people, so the effect of MPC on the outcome as the score approaches the cutoff, the arbitrary cutoff from below and above. If there's any difference in the probability of getting treatment, so that's our denominator, then this is defined. And we do find that there is, and this is one example, there is a very sharp difference in the probability of getting treated. So this here I'm just showing as an example for one region in the first wave is on the x-axis is this running variable or the targeting formula score, something that comes out of a different program and that's based on the sort of socio-demographic variables in the UN database, the UNHCR database for the households. And it looks like just around 67 or so, the probability of getting MPC drops from almost 1 to almost 0. So this is fuzzy, but it's almost quite clean. And this is true for all the different regions in all the different ways. So presumably our alpha is defined. We actually test for any discontinuity in the running variable in this targeting score and find, well, first thing is it's very unlikely that it's going to be manipulated through behavioral changes. We also find it's not based on visits, it's literally based on the UNHCR registration database. We also find in formal testing that there is no discontinuity in this running variable. So these are two visuals to show that the sort of the 95% confidence intervals in this running variable around the cutoff are quite overlapping. So no serious discontinuity there. We also run balance checks for a number of other variables that we're looking at on the right-hand side that could affect some of the outcomes that we're interested in. And again, so these include other cash assistance you're getting, other kinds of assistance you're getting, other sociodemographics, some of the determinants of the targeting formula. And we find, by and large, that there is no discontinuity around the cutoff lines for most of these. So what do we find? Again, preliminary selected results, and this is sort of the good news for the programmers. In terms of household expenditures, now if we take that to monthly expenditures per capita, we find that the control group that never received multipurpose cash spends less on average per month, per person, $77.3 per month. Remember, the lower poverty line is 87. So again, really, really vulnerable, destitute subpopulation we're looking at. But with 16 months of MPC, so the really long run exposure increases significantly by 7.8 or $8 per person per month. That's more than sort of a 10% increase, which is sort of good news. Again, we only find this significant effect for the long run exposure, right? So the shorter treatments don't seem to have anything significant to report. Housing, again, another piece of actually pretty good news. The probability that the household lives in a residential structure as opposed to a non-residential structure, so a garage, a warehouse, a shop, a school, etc., or an informal tent settlement. So these are the two other alternatives to a residential structure. And we find a increase in the probability of living in a residential structure by 6.5 percentage points. And here what's interesting is the comparison is between the discontinued group. So people who had MPC, got support for 1 year, and now are 4 months off of their support. We still find sort of a persistent maintenance, at least, of this effect of improved housing or lower risk of worse residential conditions. On education, what we find is that MPC increases enrollment in non-formal education for the youngest age group, 5 to 9-year-olds, by 7.2 percentage points. And just to give some context here, non-formal education so the increase in non-formal education here is not paralleled by a decrease in formal education. Rather, these are kids who are not going to any school at all that are now going into these non-formal education programs. Typically for refugees in Lebanon, these are preparatory programs to enroll in the formal system. So these are either remedial programs or programs run by NGOs rather than schools because of unavailability or no vacancies in schools. On employment, we find that the households that have gotten 9 months of MPC are less likely, so individuals from these households less likely to be active or part of the labor force. So there's an increase in economic inactivity. And one potential reading of this is that people are moving away from exploitative employment because of the 9 months of assistance they're getting, away from undesirable working conditions. Just a few background statistics here. 67% of Syrian refugees get paid on a daily basis or by service or by piece, and almost half have seasonal jobs. Food insecurity experience scale is drops, so improvement in food security, again a significant improvement. The insecurity scale drops by 0.4 points for the 9-month treated group. This is sort of echoes what is found in the literature elsewhere on the effect of cash transfers on food security. And then improved access to primary health care. So in the control group, those people who report needing health care and not having access to it is around 11%. And those people who've received MPC for 9 months, those people who report needing health care and not having access to it is down to 7.7%. So 3.6% and percentage point and significant reduction in those unmet needs. So to wrap up, we're hoping that this provides some fodder evidence for these programs that are constantly sort of revising themselves and wondering where to focus and how to scale up. We're hoping to fill the evidence gap in the literature more generally on cash-based assistance in the context of humanitarian settings. There'll be more soon because we're going to get another wave of data with much more fine-grained results, potentially by gender, potentially by age group, and by region. But again, we're going to still fall short of being able to identify any mechanisms or mediating factors unless we actually, sort of embark on a whole other project with that in mind. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Nasreen. Couple of more minutes for questions. Andy?
So it sounds like you're giving them $200 and they're spending $6, right? I mean, that's the implication now, and I sort of, the natural implication would be that income somehow declined by the gap or there's some measurement problem. You have the children going to school, but that probably doesn't make up the missing $200. And employment doesn't decline nearly enough. So, so where's the money?
Yes, and that's what the programmers are asking as well. So no, so two things. 175 is per household, and this is per person. Yeah. So there's that. Yeah. And then also, then this is another sort of a potential explanation as well, is that this is spending net of debt. So you may be actually, so here we're just looking at actual consumption spending. And so you may be using some of that money to pay back debt. So this is still a pretty significant increase. So.
Just following up on that point, my colleagues are doing some work in Turkey with Syrian refugees and the cash that they're getting, and what they found is a similar result. And part of it was coming from increase in household size. So those that are getting the money are bringing in a whole bunch of relatives and family members. So I don't know if you can look at that in your data.
So this is, so eligibility is revised every year. So it's going to be hard to manipulate. You don't, and often people don't know that they're sort of eligible for the program.
So it's not manipulation. It's just, yeah, like I see you now getting this money, so I now get supported by you for the year that you have that money.
I see. So all we can see is the household as it's registered in the database. But then when we actually survey it, we can double check the size. So we could potentially look into that. We know that again, assistance and maybe one of the reasons why assistance is not scaled to household size is to try to maybe limit part of that. But that's something we could check with the underlying database. Again, if UNHCR would give us that data. But, yeah.
Carolina, the last question, and then we.
So I wasn't clear on whether your impact results were specific to the groups that you were showing or those were only illustrative. And if they are specific to the groups, how do you explain that effects come and go with variation? There seems to be no cumulative effect.
So, no, well, it's, we have, I mean, I'm actually, how would you identify a cumulative effect?
What I mean is, if you have groups that receive for 4, 9, and 16 months, and you find an effect for those that have received the money for 4 months,
right.
I would expect it to be there for those that have received it for 9
right,
and 16,
right. So
unless we have a theory about, you know, it's a one-time bump. So I don't know how you're thinking about that.
That's definitely a very fair question, and that's partly why in our third wave of data, so let me show you that timeline. Here we go. That third wave of data, what we're repeating is data collection that happens at the same time of year as the initial wave. We know that part of this might be completely seasonal. As I said, half the workforce is seasonal, and there are all sorts of support programs that happen for Syrian refugees that are winter-related. So some of these variations, because our 4 months happen to only come from, our 4 months of exposure happens to only come from one of our surveys, which again took place in winter. Whereas our 9 months happens to only come from our summer survey, then that might be part of why we're unable to give a full picture. But hopefully, and that was one of the motivations for repeating one of the surveys at roughly the same time as a previous one, is to try to control for some of these seasonal effects, try to control for some of the effects that Hisham was talking about this morning, which is we're looking at education questions, but we're asking people in July whether their kids, whether this November cash assistance somehow affected enrollment that started in the previous September. It doesn't really make sense. And so again, changing the time of the survey may allow us to find more of these effects in the institutional context that we happen to be working in, which is a school year starts in September, and this program starts in November, and winter is in winter, and all these other factors.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry I have to interrupt the exchanges. In order to move on to the next session, I would like to thank again Nisreen, Salma.
We have pointer. Okay, okay. Let me see. Time to use the restroom for the session? Say again? Can you use the restroom before our session starts? Say again. Can we go to the restroom? I think so. Just don't like we're about to present. I think can they go to restroom? Actually, I remember as well. So.
Yeah, of course you can go.
Yeah. Okay. Can I go as well? Before?
Yeah. I don't give a permission, so if you want to, yes, go ahead. I can just quickly. Okay, so everybody's presentation is a PDF, so that's creating a bit of complication. That's fine. So this is done, people. All right, so the next one. So which one are you?
Shunsuke. I sent my slide to Agaga.
Okay, maybe I've changed the names. So
I don't see my slides here.
At all.
You don't see it at all? Okay, can you send it to me now?
Okay. Your name?
Give me do you have your email?
No, I sent my slide.
To what?
Agaga.
Agaga?
Yeah.
So I put everything that I received. Sharsat at worldbankgroup.org. SARTSAT at worldbankgroup.org. So when did you send it?
Agaga.
Agaga, when did you send it?
I guess January 14th.
January 14th.
Worldbankgroup.org.
Yeah, worldbankgroup.org.
You don't have anything between K and C.
World Bank Group, all one word. Yes. Yeah, I'm just trying to. Yeah. Speak. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Alright, does somebody want to change the slide after this person? They changing it like last minute. You know. He said it on 14th. Okay, I'll check. Can you?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Please, we are running against the clock, please. So if, please, everyone can go back to the tables as we are getting to start the last session of the day. Thank you. Okay. So thank you, everyone. My name is Arthur Alic Lagrange. I'm an economist with the World Bank, currently working with a joint data center here in Copenhagen. And I'm extremely pleased to introduce the speakers of the last session today. They are all PhD students from Brown University and Harvard University. And they will be presenting tonight ongoing research work they are engaged in. So the spirit of the presentation is very much presenting work in progress. So really, if you have questions on immediate clarification, please feel free to jump in. But considering the short time of their presentation, 15, 20 minutes, if you have more substantial suggestions and in-depth questions, maybe keep it for our boat ride later today. Thank you. So we have with us Shuzunke Tsuda from Brown University, who will be presenting about refugee inflow and the impact of these inflows on labor market and crop market in rural Africa. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so are we good on sound? Okay. So thank you so much all for being here, and I appreciate all organizers for having me. So I want to present this paper. I guess we know that most refugees are hosted in developing countries. It applies to rural Africa. Another stylized fact of African economy is that we have high share of subsistence farmers engaging in low productivity agriculture. But what we don't know much is the linkage between refugee inflow and how it affects rural agricultural development. So my questions are that does refugee inflow benefit or hurt hosting farmers in the long run? And is market efficiency improved or exacerbated? If so, in which market? So conceptually speaking, refugee inflow can affect local farmers primarily through the following mechanisms. First, through labor market, because refugee inflow means labor inflow, which increases labor supply. Second, we have crop market effect, so food market, because refugee inflow means population inflow, which increases food consumption demand. In addition, often food aid comes along with refugee inflow. So crop composition of food aid can also affect food consumption demand produced by local farmers. In addition to these first order effects, we have another channel through market transaction costs. In one way, refugee inflow can decrease market transaction cost, possibly because of some better market condition due to the infrastructure development around refugee camp. But in another way, because we have a mix of workers in the same labor market, some friction might arise, which increases transaction cost. So this paper attempts to investigate these three mechanisms. In order to do so, I exploit a natural experiment that Tanzania experienced a huge refugee inflow from Rwanda and Burundi in the early 90s, which is actually related to the Rwandan genocide, and which caused the largest refugee movement in the recent African history. And I use long-term agricultural household panel data from northwestern Tanzania. Many parts of this region actually have hosted refugees from these two countries. My paper is distinct from previous studies in that I incorporate detailed market structures in host economies for both output and factor markets. For output, the main output is, of course, crop in this context, and I focus on labor market for the main factor market. Then, using the conventional agricultural household model, I identify the presences and shifts of market transaction costs caused by the refugee inflow in combination with the above data. I have two messages. The first finding is that this refugee inflow has increased labor market transaction cost. The labor market efficiency has worsened. Especially, some investigations revealed that the refugee inflow has tightened off-farm labor market participation constraint, so outside the labor market opportunity of the agricultural households, which I call surplus farm labor effect. For the crop market side, the refugee inflow has positively affected the transition from subsistence into crop sellers, which I call crop marketization effect. And the underlying mechanism behind it is not due to consumption demand shift, but due to the decrease in crop market transaction cost. So these are benefits and losses I observe. And actually, as these effects operate in opposite directions, once I look at the overall impact of the refugee inflow on agricultural labor productivity, the overall impact is significant. But the main message is that the distribution impacts, depending on output and factor markets, are much more important than the overall total effect. Still, limitations remain. So in Africa, even though we are developing a lot of data, in Africa we do not have detailed data, rich data of refugees. Actually, I don't have detailed information on population size of refugees in each refugee camp, so that the effects I present here, I don't have a strong comments on magnitude, but that's why I emphasize the direction of the effects. Also, we don't have frequent time periods of the observations. That's another limitation. So in order to analyze what happens to hosting farmers, I present a simple theoretical framework. In rural Africa, we often conceptualize household problem as both a food producer and consumer. And I allow an option to supply labor to off-farm employment. And I incorporate both crop and labor market transaction costs. In this environment with potentially many missing markets, with market imperfections, internal prices, equilibrium prices within a household matter with non-separation, with separation failure. So this is, pointer doesn't work. Yeah, so this is a total time endowment. And suppose we have some labor market participation constraint, which is binded here. Then this is labor supply to off-farm employment. And this is the labor input to their farm. And this is leisure. Then this is the market wage. And this is the shadow wage, internal equilibrium wage determined within a household. The gap between this market wage and this shadow wage is the magnitude of labor market inefficiency. Yes. Suppose the refugee inflow has tightened the off-farm labor market participation constraint, which affects internal shadow wages as well. But suppose we have, we might have also the crop market effect. If the decision price of agricultural household increases, which could be due to consumption demand effect and market price increase, or which could also be due to the decrease in crop market transaction cost. Whichever the case, if this increases, this internal shadow wage can also increase. So what we observe is the composite of the effect from crop and labor markets. I will come back to this theoretical point in the empirical section again. So we have a natural experiment that we had a large-scale refugee inflow from Burundi and Rwanda to northwestern Tanzania. These were triggered by political shocks unrelated to and unexpected by at least local farmers in rural Tanzania. And according to the UNHCR, this was the largest and fastest refugee inflow. So by which the UNHCR, it was too sudden for UNHCR to choose the locations of refugee camps in places where economic conditions are good. So that's why these shocks have natural experiment nature for determining the locations of refugee camps. And also we have some consensus by previous research on this argument. So this is Africa, and this region is called Kagera, and northwestern remote region in Tanzania. And we have these refugee camps around here. And in this Kagera region, we have a long-term panel data from 1991 to 2010. I used two periods, 1993 before the shock and 2004 after the shock. So these points show the village locations of this survey, and the circle size means the proximity to the nearest refugee camp. And what's important here is that the variation in the proximity to refugee camp is across longitudes with very similar natural agricultural conditions. How many minutes do we have?
5 more minutes.
Okay. So this is a really remote region, and most people engage in agriculture. And these are main crops produced here, and I focus on coffee, the main cash crop, and maize, beans. These are main market-oriented food crops. And even though many households produce these crops, once we look at net sellers, these are among net sales among crop producers. So zero means that even though they are producing these crops, they are not selling or buying. So, which means that we have a really high share of subsistence farmers. And these are the shadow wages estimated following some traditional literature. And so red distributions are shadow wages, and greens are market wages for off-farm employment. So, and the gap between market wage and shadow wage for households which supply labor to off-farm are the key measures for measuring the labor market inefficiency. So given the time, I focus on the labor market efficiency side. So I first estimate the impact of the proximity to the refugee camps, refugee settlement on some outcomes. I first look at the wage gap between market and shadow wages, and I also look at the labor market participation. So one once we look at these results, we have a really strong positive effect on the wage gap. So this is the outcome of the measure of labor market inefficiency. And we have a negative impact on the labor market participation. What do these mean? So we have the increased wage gap and decreased labor market participation. So what do these mean? Still, we cannot conclude anything because we have two types. Oh, sorry. We can have two types of labor market transactions cost. If this proportional transaction cost is increased, we can observe these two results. But if this constraint is tightened, also we have the same two results. So then, in order to understand which caused this, let's look at the correlation between the wages between market and shadow wages. So once we look at the correlation between two wages, we don't have any significant relationships. What does this mean? So if this is not binding, and if households are operating based on this transactions cost, then the shadow wage is just W minus this transaction cost. In this case, we must have a strong positive correlation between market and shadow wages. So the combination of the observations of the wage gap and labor market participation and the correlation between market and shadow wages supports that. So these combinations support to identify that the main mechanism behind these results are that this is binding and this has been tightened, caused by the refugee inflow. So this is the labor market side tentative conclusion I have, and I don't have time to talk about crop market side. Okay, so yes, and these results are robust, and also I checked, and no preternames exist. So that's the labor market side effect. And sorry, we don't have much time to talk about the crop marketization part. So how should I? Yeah. So anyway, my conclusion would be that I exploit the natural experiment that Tanzania faced in the early 90s, and the refugee inflow has increased the labor market transaction cost, but so it causes both benefits and losses. And on the other hand, it has decreased crop market transaction cost. So the implications are that one, political shock shapes conditions organizing the non-separability of agricultural households, even in the long run. And so for labor market side, assimilation of refugees is a key for improving market efficiency. But at the same time, once we look at the positive effect on the crop marketization, development around refugee camps could be thought as a new opportunity for local farmers in this case. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suzunke, for this very insightful presentation. I'm sure there will be follow-up questions for you and suggestions from the audience. We will now have Emma Smith from Harvard University presenting on the Syrian refugee life study. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you in anticipation of all of your comments. This is very early stage research, and so we're excited to get any input and thoughts that you have. Also, I should mention this is joint work with a number of other individuals, Sam Leone and Edward Miguel at UC Berkeley, as well as Sandra Rosso, who presented earlier today. Also, I have to mention Sarah Stillman, who's here. She provides research associate support on the project and has been totally invaluable in helping move this project forward. So today I'm going to talk about the Syrian Refugee Life Study, or SRLS, and the role of evaluating a housing assistance program for refugees. So as has been mentioned many times in the last day and a half, we're currently facing the highest ever levels of global displacement, over 70 million people displaced. And as I think was actually mentioned this morning, roughly 80% of displaced people globally have been displaced for at least 5 years. So we're really looking at a lot of protracted crises, and it's important to start to think about how displacement might affect long-term outcomes, which is something that this project really aims to address. So as many of these things have been noted throughout the conference, but I'll just reiterate, some of the areas where we have limited evidence include where refugees move, this of course being forced migration, but where refugees move, when and where and why they choose those areas. Also, how do humanitarian interventions affect refugees' outcomes, their economic well-being, as well as their opportunities during and after displacement. Also, are there different psychosocial benefits to the children of households who receive humanitarian assistance? And a last question you might think of is how do influxes of aid affect host community economies? You're probably thinking that's a lot of questions, but wait till I show you the project. So our approach is that we see that we really need panel data in order to be able to answer a lot of these long-term questions. Additionally, we need exogenous variation, and unfortunately you don't often get both of those at the same time, but what this project really hopes to do is undertake that, so to both establish a panel data survey with the intention of following the same individuals over time for many years, and also embedding exogenous variation in the form of RCTs by partnering with different humanitarian actors. So we are currently undertaking this project right now. Sarah and I actually just came here from Jordan, where we're training up our enumerators to begin the baseline survey for this project. So the general idea is to survey a representative sample of Syrian refugees currently living in Jordan, and then continue to survey that same sample of individuals every few years into, let's say, the indefinite future. Although that sounds like quite an ambitious undertaking, this is actually pinned in some existing evidence that this is possible. So Edward Miguel, one of the founders of this project, also helped to establish the Kenya Life Panel Survey, which is a survey of Kenyan youth that is now in its 20th year. It has a tracking rate of over 90%, and that includes also tracking children of the original sample. So there is evidence that this sort of undertaking is possible. And then additionally, as I mentioned, we are embedding experimental variation into this as well. So our setting specifically, as I mentioned, is Jordan. Jordan currently hosts about 655,000 Syrian refugees. Roughly 20% of those live in camps and about 80% in the host community. As most people here are aware, host community often, perhaps for those outside of the field, is associated with a lot of hands-on support, but for, as I think most of us know, that really just means that the, refugees are living out in the community. It's often actually associated with very little support. And it's for that reason that we're partnering with the Norwegian Refugee Council to evaluate an urban shelter program, which I'll discuss in a little bit. In terms of the sampling for the panel itself, we're going to have a sample of approximately 5,000 adults, and this is split between two different sampling structures. So 2,500 of these individuals are being drawn from the host community housing RCT. So these are individuals who are selected from the population because of their eligibility for NRC, the Norwegian Refugee Council's urban shelter program. The other 2,500 are drawn as a representative sample from the UNHCR universe of registered Syrian refugees in Jordan. We acknowledge that there is some evidence of unregistered refugees in Jordan, Unfortunately, we're just not in a position to be able to capture them in a comprehensive way, so we've chosen to establish our universe as the sample of registered refugees. And additionally, we're stratifying on gender and age in order to achieve some representativeness and also enable heterogeneity analysis in the future. The motivation behind our urban shelter RCT is that this baseline survey can, the baseline of the panel survey can also serve as the end line evaluation for an RCT. So here we're trying to take advantage of efficiencies and make the most out of this research project. As I mentioned, the RCT is currently being implemented, so unfortunately I can't present results today, but I will get into the details behind how we're doing this evaluation. So as I mentioned, roughly 80% of Syrian refugees in Jordan rent apartments, and many of them really struggle to pay their rent. So in an NRC outreach survey, they found that over 70% of households reported some debt, with the average debt being in the order of $450. Additionally, in the same survey, about 25% of renting households had moved houses in the past year. Now, while that might not sound like a huge turnover rate, when you consider the fact that 95% of Syrian refugees have been residing in Jordan since before 2016, that's actually a very high turnover rate. So this is suggestive of a lot of chronic housing instability, and that's what we're hoping to look into to understand what effects you might get from alleviating some of that instability. So very specifically, our research question is, what are the effects of in-kind transfers in the form of rental subsidies on refugees' economic well-being, mental health, and other secondary outcomes? The fact that this RCT is embedded inside of a larger panel data project means that we actually have the ability to invest in asking a huge array of outcomes, which I'll get into towards the end, assuming I don't run out of time. Also, it's worth mentioning that NRC is effectively the only provider of urban shelter assistance in Jordan for Syrian refugees. Our RCT very specifically has two treatment arms that are non-overlapping. The first, which is, we think, the primary treatment of interest, is this full subsidy plus repairs intervention. So this provides an average of $3,000 per household that's split between household repairs and rent. This is equivalent to an average of, it works out to an average of about $1,700 in rental savings for the refugee family. Also, I'm sure there are some questions around how exactly this program is implemented and whether we can be assured that the funding is actually going to this purpose. So in fact, NRC signs a contract with the landlord after negotiations, which the household is involved in. So we can be fairly certain that the money is going to the intended purpose. There's also a partial subsidy program that, as I mentioned, is being randomized separately. And, and by this there's no overlap in treatments, there's no cross-randomization. This partial subsidy provides an average of a 17% rental reduction by offering the installation of a permanent solar hot water heater. So essentially you're making an investment in the building, and then the landlord agrees to reduce the rent for a shorter period of time for the family. So this is a much smaller treatment. It's equivalent to an average of $372 rental savings for the refugee household. Yeah, please.
How do you make sure they don't evict them after the property is upgraded? Let's say I rented someone who can pay the higher rent for the improved property.
I mean, they could, but they would have a pretty hard time doing it because they will have a rental contract, and NRC is also the main provider of legal assistance for refugees, for Syrian refugees in Jordan. So they're fairly well prepared to handle that, but it could happen. Yeah. Great. Yeah. So I think so these treatments absolutely have a huge potential to impact the household. They're also improving the housing stock within Jordan, which, although it's not the main focus of this study, does raise the potential to ask some questions related to how humanitarian aid being invested in a community, in the host community, might affect the local economy. And we're hoping, funding permitted, to do a series of price surveys of both rental prices and main commodities within these communities. Also, what really makes that kind of question possible to answer in our setting is that we're actually doing a geographic saturation design. Well, we're doing a geographic randomization, which means that at the locality level, we're going to have randomization of whether a geographic locality is randomized into or out of this program, which is what gives us the ability to actually start to perhaps be able to measure some of these changes in prices. So very specifically, the study is confined to the Irbid and Mashreq governorates in northern Jordan along the Syrian border. So that would be up at the top, Irbid's northwest and Mashreq's just to the east. And together, these governorates account for about 40% of the urban Syrian refugees in Jordan. Now, here I'm just zooming in on Irbid and Mashreq. This is kind of a wonky graph. It's showing you all of the different localities within these two governorates. So we're randomizing across 334 localities. It's a relatively small sample size to be able to pick up geographic effects, but at the same time, we think there could be some potential of this given the size of this intervention, by which I mean the dollar size. So we're randomizing across these localities. The two treatments, as I mentioned, are randomized independently. There's no overlap. And also there's no overlap in inclusion criteria for the households themselves. There's a question. Great. So I think I need to pause at this moment and acknowledge the complexities of trying to randomize within a humanitarian context. Obviously, we don't hear about a lot of RCTs in this setting, and there's a reason for that. It's a very complex setting, and it's also a setting in which your beneficiaries are a particularly vulnerable population. And we're very aware of that. I think first off, it's just fantastic to be working with a partner like the Norwegian Refugee Council, because they themselves are experts in protecting their beneficiaries. And so by being able to refer to them during the design of our study, that lends us a lot of confidence that we're making the right choices. Additionally, we have a system for how it is that we are choosing who's included and excluded. Very specifically, anyone who's eligible for the NRC programs has a general vulnerability assessment done by NRC staff. And then according to that score, the most vulnerable individuals of the distribution are excluded from the study and are guaranteed assistance. The least vulnerable individuals of that score are excluded from the study and are excluded from NRC assistance. The idea being that there are other more vulnerable, more needy people for those resources. Then the remaining individuals in the middle exceed the capacity of the NRC program, and therefore we are randomizing within that group. And this is being done on a rolling basis. Yes, okay, so I mean, it's worth mentioning that the subsidy size varies by household size, and additionally, NRC does a physical structural assessment of the home to decide on what types of repairs are necessary to ensure, well, first of all, they'll never work on an unsafe structure, so if the structure is fundamentally unsafe, they'll require the household to move, but assuming that the structure is fundamentally sound, they'll spend some proportion of the $3,000 doing physical repairs to the household, and then the remainder will be spent on this rental subsidy, which is negotiated and then signed in a contract with a landlord. So just to sort of lay out the conceptual framework, also, how am I on time? Oh, perfect, okay. I hope you have, oh yeah, please.
What is the objective of this program? The objective of the program is to provide the subsidy for as long as possible, or provide the subsidy and just pull it back again and see what happens? Because I can see an unintended effect here if the latter is the objective. Because you give these people subsidies to live in a better conditions, and then you pull that subsidy back. What do we expect is going to happen? So you quoted all the debt and everything, right, in the beginning, because you're kind of maybe habit forming of living in a better place. And then by the time when you pull the subsidy back, when they can't afford this, what do we expect is going to happen? Right. Or the objective of the program is completely scale it up for everybody, and then we give subsidy to everybody forever.
Great, yeah, thank you. I think that's a great point. And I think this is where I'll point out, as researchers, we're coming in and evaluating an existing humanitarian program the way that this is how it was running before we arrived. But I think that ultimately the idea would be to provide this assistance to any family that needs it. But the reality is that you have, 80% of 655,000 individuals, and there just isn't funding to provide rental assistance to everyone. So in terms of, what would they would ultimately like to do, they'd love to scale it up to everyone indefinitely, but it's just not an option. Yeah, Sarah.
Okay, I also just want to add that these people, for the most part, are living already in the place and paying the rent currently. So it's not that they're like moving into this new place with high rents that when the subsidy is taken away, they can't afford. They've already been paying these rents, and we're just helping them with it for, you know, a period of 9 to 12 months.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Was there another question? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was wondering whether you thought that it could affect your subsidy, could affect also the housing market, and part of the transfer could also be basically captured by the owner that will increase rent as a result. So in France, there have been some evaluation. I mean, in the of this kind of subsidy for students, and it has been shown that part of the subsidy is generally captured by the owner.
Yes, so I have two thoughts on that. So the first is that we think that that's very possible, and we very much want to study that. And really, like funding permitting, we would like to do we would like to do rental price surveys in all these localities, so that we can actually measure whether you are finding like prices, rental prices being increased as a cause of this program, which could partly just be inflation, but it also could be the fact that NRC is genuinely improving the housing stock, and so now that housing might have a higher rental value, and that could have unintended negative consequences for refugees that are trying to afford to live there. That's definitely a possibility. One thing that NRC does to preempt this a little bit in terms of protecting the beneficiaries is that the landlord has to sign a contract that guarantees the household 2 months of rent at that same price, even after NRC stops paying. So maybe NRC can only cover the first 9 months, but at least the household is guaranteed that same rent price for the following year and 3 months, I guess. 4 months, no, 3. Okay, so yes, I think I had a second thought, but if it comes back to me, I'll mention it. Great, thank you. Great, so yeah, so we're going to conduct the end line 12 months after the start of the program. That's for the individuals who are receiving assistance. For the other 2,500 people who are simply being drawn from the UNHCR roster, so, we're planning to start surveying them this month. And then the panel nature of this study means that we'll continue to measure outcomes along many different dimensions throughout the study. Although there are many dimensions, I just want to highlight like 2 main channels where we may find effects. So one is this just in-kind transfer. So as with any type of sort of unconditional transfer, you would expect that this could have effects similar to what we find from different unconditional cash transfers, but here the money is very specifically going to the rent. Then there's also the effect of physical stability. So as I mentioned earlier, there's been documented a lot of turnover in terms of individuals housing within like one physical location to another. And so we might think that by providing physical stability here, this could actually have different psychological effects on both the adults, but also the children in the household. So we plan to measure that. These are just a list of a few of the outcomes that we'll be measuring. And so in conclusion, the panel data aspect of this study will enable us to detect long-run effects of humanitarian programming. So although this first evaluation will be 1 year after the implementation of the program, by continuing to follow up with these same individuals, we'll actually be able to see whether these types of programming have longer-run effects. And this is regardless of whether refugees remain in Jordan, seek asylum in a third country, or return to Syria in the future. So we have fully the intention of surveying them in any of those contexts. Additionally, the RCT will provide evidence on the effect of providing exogenous wealth transfers to refugees. This would just be contributing to the existing literature on that, a lot of which we've heard here today. And lastly, we hope to measure the effects on host communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amar. We'll be expecting the results with great interest. That is fascinating. We now have Lian Alor from Harvard University presenting on refugees and native flight evidence from Lebanon. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lian Alor. I'm a third-year PhD student, and today I'm going to be presenting very preliminary work on native flights in Lebanon. The main kind of point of this talk is to try to transmit some of my excitement about this agenda broadly and why I think it's important, and then 2, introduce a data set that I'm starting to explore, like that I've been exploring. It took me a bit more than a year to get it, although it's very modest, but it's notoriously hard to get any kind of admin data from Lebanon, so any ideas or any data sets you know of that could complement this. I know a lot of you have, or some of you have been working in Lebanon. It would be great to get your feedback. So I'm going to start by introducing native flight, first of all, for those not familiar with it. So native flight is a literature that has been looking at the extent to which native-born citizens of a certain country flee spaces with high immigrant or high migrant flows. This has mostly focused on migration or immigrants in developed countries, with some exceptions looking at refugees, and then very few looking at refugees in developing countries as well. There's Samir Toumin here who has a paper on that here, and that I had the privilege to talk to today about this. And mainly the reason for looking for such things such as native flight is that a lot of times we care about social cohesion. And so if native-born citizens tend to flee spaces or institutions when migrants come in or where refugees come in, then that could impact social cohesion in the long term. And then 2, in the specific context of flight from public to private schools, which is what I'm going to be focused on, we usually care about academic outcomes of the native students. And there are a lot of studies showing that some effects could be positive, some effects could be negative, and a lot of studies find null effects of refugees and immigrants on the local population's academic outcomes. But selection across schools could be a mechanism that could explain variation across these studies. What I want to motivate, though, is the specific interest in studying developing countries hosting refugees specifically. And I'm going to take the case of Lebanon. Several talks today mentioned that Lebanon is currently the host of the highest share of refugees per capita in the world. But another thing that Lebanon has is that it has one of the highest inequality rates in the world. Actually, the bottom 50% of the population owns less than 10% of national income. And that's not kind of unusual for developing countries, with the share of inequality increasing by 11% between 1990 and 2010. And then another interesting aspect is that in Lebanon, almost 70% of the population is already in private schools. And that's also not very unusual for developing countries, because indeed there's a high demand for private schools, although it might be counterintuitive. But in Lebanon, for example, people are very concerned about the quality of public schools. And so when refugees come in, usually, so first of all, let me start by introducing kind of the refugee shock in Lebanon. Lebanon is neighboring Syria. And so Syrian citizens or Syrian students have been present in Lebanon for a long time. This map is from 2010-2011 academic year, and it kind of maps the number of Syrian students across districts in Lebanon. And the number of students started increasing with the refugee crisis, which started in 2011. And so we see that the number of students in public schools keeps increasing until recently. So that has led actually to the doubling of the number of students in public schools in Lebanon. That is, of course, due to 2 things. One, the sheer number of refugees relative to the local population. Actually, in Lebanon, 1 out of 6 people is a refugee. And then 2 is the thing that I already spoke about, which is the low demand for public schooling in this setting. So the fact that there has been a huge strain on the infrastructure of public schools, since refugees mostly go to public schools, that has led the government to start implementing second shifts or afternoon shifts, solely serving Syrian refugees. So in 2011, 141 schools opened afternoon shifts. That's something some of you might already know, given the influx of refugees. And so that helped alleviate some of the pressure that the morning shifts were facing. So just to clarify, the morning shifts have Lebanese citizens and then also Syrian students. And then the opening of second shifts led to a lot of the Syrian students moving from the first shift to the second shift. And the number of schools operating second shifts increased throughout the years. This is kind of a messy graph, but what I'm trying to show here on the x-axis is the share of Lebanese students in a given school. And this is for public schools only. So what the histograms show, and I tried to show it in different colors for different years. So you see in green, early years, where the number of schools that had a share of Lebanese students of almost 1 was very high. And then after the Syrian refugee crisis, kind of the number of schools with just Lebanese students started decreasing. And so the drop is very big for public schools. This happens to some extent in private schools, but to a much lesser extent. And that's obviously due to the financial constraints that refugee students also face and that they can't go to private schools as much as public schools. So what are the questions of interest in this talk? First of all, I'm gonna try to understand how the Lebanese demand for public schools react to the Syrian refugee surge. And here, in this context and in the context of developing countries generally with potentially high inequality rates and also high number of students already in private schools, it's important to try to understand how refugee surges might affect the schooling system. On one hand, private schools might be meeting unmet demand. On the other hand, some argue that the inability of citizens to go to public schools is kind of a regressive tax on the people who are already poor. And so to what extent do refugee surges, on one hand, maybe increase the constraint on public schooling system, but then these also usually come with funding from international communities trying to work on the infrastructure of schools, on teacher training, and then on all sorts of outcomes that could help a system that was already constrained in the first place. So it is not clear from the start what the effect would be on the public schooling system. And so two is, what is the effect of these afternoon shifts that could have alleviated some of the constraint in terms of the number of refugees in the first shift or in the morning shift, but could have also increased the funding for schools receiving second shifts. And by the way, if anyone has any questions, feel free to interrupt. So the data I'm working with is kind of provided under the Ministry of Education. And the data is at the grade by school level. So for the population of all schools in Lebanon, including public schools, private schools, and also free private schools, which are mostly religious schools, I have the number of students by grade, by nationality, and by gender. And so I'm able to track across schools, private and public schools, the number of Lebanese versus Syrian students. And I have this data from 2009-2010 academic year until 2017-2018 academic year. I also have the number of teachers and equipment at the school by year level. So unfortunately, I cannot disaggregate by grade how many teachers there are, but I can look at the school level. And then I have the second shift assignment, which started being centrally administered by the government in 2014-2015 academic year, although it was informally implemented in 2013-14 by schools themselves. So this is just a breakdown of what the data could tell me. This shows kind of the highest dashed number is the number of Lebanese students in private schools, and then only a third of that number is in public schools. And then the red lines is the share of, is the number of Syrian students. And I apologize, I'm kind of switching between Syrian and refugee. I want to clarify that my data set doesn't tell me which students have refugee status. The data only tells me the citizenship of the student. So when I say refugee, I'm not actually sure that it's refugee, so I apologize for the slip if it's still in the slides. So what is my empirical strategy? it's a bit problematic. So what I start doing, at least as an exploratory, at this exploratory stage, is just using kind of a difference in difference approach. I have school fixed effects, year fixed effects, and then region by time fixed effects. So if you remember the map that I showed you, showed a big variation in the number of Syrian students across regions and year. So this interaction of region and time fixed effects or year fixed effects try to control for that. Of course, there might be school level time varying things that could affect the parallel trends. But this is kind of a first stage, and I'm still trying to look for instruments for the refugee share. Unfortunately, the earliest year I have is 2009-10, so I haven't been able to kind of use Bartik type instruments, instrumenting the share of students with initial shares in each school. So this is kind of the results, the result of the first regression, which is just looking at the number of students in the morning shift. And by the way, the data I have is only for the morning shift. I still don't have any data on the number of students in the afternoon shift, which is mostly Syrian students. So I'll mostly be looking at what happens in the morning shift. And so I look at the total number of students, and then I split that into native students by gender. And there seems to generally be kind of suspiciously big effects when it comes to the share of students, share of refugees or Syrian students affecting the log number of native students. And so, yes, here I cluster on the district by year level, but I also show standard errors at bootstrap cluster at the district level, which are 25 districts here. I also look at school resources, and I see that actually an increase in the Syrian share of students is correlated with a decrease in the number of teachers and staff, and in an increase in the number of, in the share of pupil to teacher ratio. And so in the native flight literature, there's still no evidence as to whether when a native flight exists, so when students actually move from public to private schools, we don't have a lot of evidence in understanding whether that's a distaste effect, so basically native parents trying to avoid refugees or immigrants, or whether that's a concern for education quality. Yes. So these regressions are at the school level, and so right now I see only a drop, but when I ran some regressions at the district level, where I can see both private and public, I don't present them here because it's 25 districts, but I see that the share of students in public schools increases, but also the share of students in private free schools increases. And this is a bit problematic in the system, in the context of Lebanon, because it's a highly sectarian, religiously divided country, and a lot of people accuse kind of politicians of funding these religious schools where people become even more and more sectarian. So that would be problematic if people are resorting to these schools. Yes?
Just on these, if you look at heterogeneity, is this happening in prevalently Muslim areas of the country or Christian
I haven't looked yet. It's a bit hard to get data on a municipality or a district level. A district is easy, but or more granular level of heterogeneity, but that's kind of on the to-do list. I did look at heterogeneity by poverty rate in the district, which I'm going to show you if I have time.
Can I?
Okay. Yes.
Putting the share on the right-hand side seems a very odd thing and dangerous thing to do. Right,
Yeah.
because that's just the complement of the share of Syrians is the complement of the non-Syrian students, which is exactly what you have left on your left-hand side, or the log of it, which is exactly on the left-hand
Right.
side in the first variable. I think what you want is the Syrian share relative to the size before the entry, or something like that. I don't think you want the denominator to include the current number of natives.
Yes, I think I know that there's a division bias literature that kind of tries to get at a bit of that, and I wasn't sure what the right specification would be. So you're saying share of refugees relative?
Yeah, just get the sense of the school size before the Syrians entered by having the number of students there and then compare shares the number of Syrians relative to that number.
Relative to initial total number of students, or
Initial total number of students before the Syrians entered.
Yes.
So then you're scaling it properly, but you're not.
Wouldn't the school fixed effect kind of absorb that?
You have the school fixed effects and you have the shares.
Because then
no,
you're
because
just
they're changing. Yeah, it's a little bit, but.
Yeah, because I have school fixed effects, so any baseline level control.
Yeah, but that doesn't solve this problem.
Yeah.
There's another solution has to be there.
But yeah, maybe number of Syrians and the.
Doesn't solve that because it would be the ratio of the Syrians, the current Syrians, to the pre-existing school. So that's not fixed.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's fixed. I'm suggesting that.
The fixed effect doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. What I meant to say is maybe it won't be as effective. But
I love discussion on endogeneity. That's where it's getting really interesting usually. Let's go to your conclusion so we make sure we're on the boat and Amra's time to present. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries, but yeah, maybe we can continue offline. So yes, I'm gonna try to move to conclusion, but these are some pre-trends in terms of the assignment of schools to second shifts, and I see a decrease in the number of Syrians after second shifts are implemented, increase in the number of Lebanese, and then I have some heterogeneity by whether a district was poor or has below or been above or below median level of poverty rate initially, and I see that most of the moves happen in predominantly poor districts, and I suggest that because private and public schools are more substitutes in poor districts than they are in rich districts, and so that's what I have here. Sorry, this is going to be my conclusion, but in this graph, which is also a bit crowded, you see that in rich districts, that's kind of the yellowish lines, the number of Lebanese students in public is much higher than that of private, while the green lines, they're much closer to each other, and so there might be more substitutes, and so it might be more elastic there. So yeah, future work is potentially a lot of things, but it's spending better instruments and data availability, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Layan. We now have Awa Ambrasek from Harvard University, previously studying at Bocconi University and was worked with the Impact Evaluation Unit of the World Bank, presenting on the economic and social integration of refugees with evidence from Italy. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all. I know I'm the last one. It was a very long day, and we have a boat waiting for us, so bear with me another 15 minutes. I'll be quick. So what I'm going to present today is a work on the economic and social integration of refugees in Italy. It's a joint work with Francesca Miserocchi, who is a Harvard graduate student as well. So as many of you know, probably, in Italy, in the last 5 years, approximately 650,000 asylum seekers arrived. These are UNHCR data. They didn't stay. Right now, in the reception system, there's more or less a sixth of that number. But interestingly, because of geographic reasons, most of them arrived in the south. That is historically the region of Italy that had the least foreign-born people, as these maps from the census of 2011 shows. And so what we have is that most of the refugees and asylum seekers right now are in the south, which is actually new. These created social tensions that sometimes culminate in acts of physical violence and even killings. For those of you who do not understand Italian, these are newspaper articles that show from 2018 that basically talk about killings and violence, not only on asylum seekers and refugees, but also on long-term migrants and second-generation migrants and Italians. So in such a context, we think that it's very important and crucial to develop a better understanding of which are the determinants of social and economic integration and how city characteristics shape that. So we have two main research questions. One is, how do the beliefs in cultural distance between asylum seekers, refugees, and Italians, interactions between them and prosociality affect each other? And the second question is how the surrounding environment affects refugees and asylum seekers' outcomes, both in terms of economic outcomes and social outcomes. So today I'm going to focus on the first point, and I'm going to show some preliminary correlations, and then I'm going to explain what we plan on doing for the second point. So we talked to literature on neighborhood effects, social integration, and prosociality and contact. Our contribution is that this is the first study that explores the correlation between contact and beliefs in this context, and that analyzes neighborhood effects on social integration and well-being of refugees in Italy. So, since most of the variables that we're interested in were not asked before, in this context at least, this summer we conducted a pilot study in 3 regions of Italy, one in the north, one in the center north, and one in the south. We went to 24 cities and interviewed 90 refugees and asylum seekers. So when I say refugees and asylum seeker, I usually mean both. This is the map and the cities that we have visited. We asked questions on demographics, employment history, family history and migration history, interactions with Italian values, the beliefs on Italian values, social networks, and choices of future relocation. What I'm gonna focus on today are mainly interactions, some summary statistics, and then the values and the beliefs on Italian values. So in our sample, most of the people are young. The average age is 26 years old, 27. 30% of the people are female, and this is because we made an active effort to interview more women. The year of arrival is on average 2014, and the duration of the migration journey is a little bit more than 1 year. Most of the people come from sub-Saharan Africa, and as I said, most of the people arrived between 2014 and 2016. So as far as employment is concerned, roughly 50% of the people in our sample are employed. Interestingly, the correlation between being employed before and being employed now is very weak, although positive, but is a 0.01. The region that performs better in terms of employment is Puglia, which is interesting also because it's one of the regions that has lower employment in Italy. In terms of occupation, there's a low heterogeneity in occupation of refugees and asylum seekers, and there seems to be a very low skill transferability in terms of what they were doing before and what they're doing now. We then asked about social interactions. We asked them with how many Italians do they interact every day and every week. Social interactions are very low, and this is interesting because those are people that do not live in segregated areas, but in apartment buildings with neighbors that are Italians. So the median number of daily interactions is 0. And this is mainly driven by unemployed and women with children. We then measure prosociality of refugees, and we do this by means of 2 hypothetical games, a hypothetical dictator game and a hypothetical trust game. So in the hypothetical dictator game, we ask the person to imagine that they're endowed with $100 and then they have, or euros, and then they have the option of giving some of this money to a randomly chosen either asylum seeker or refugee, Italian or co-national. And then they can decide to give anything between $0 and $100. We then ask them how much they would want to give. Whatever's given is lost and given to the person. The trust game is instead different, and it basically entails that the person who receives the money can then give some money back, and whatever is given back is multiplied by 3. So in this case, giving 100 is optimal if you trust the person because it increases the size of the pie. So these are the distribution of the dictator game. So what we have on the y-axis is the density. And as you can see, so the red histogram is showing the distribution of donations in the dictator games when the recipient is another asylum seeker or refugee. The blue histogram is showing the distribution of donations if the recipient is someone of your own country, a random person, not someone you know, and the green one is if the recipient is Italian. So all 3, the distributions are bimodal, but interestingly, there is a missing mass when we look at Italian between 60 and 100%, which is not the case for asylum seekers and refugees, which suggests possibly some in-group bias in this case. These are the distribution for the trust game, and they're fairly similar. So what are the correlates of prosociality and trust? First of all, they are positively correlated with each other. So people who donate more in the dictator game also donate more in the trust game. And then people with a job seems to be on average less prosocial than people without a job. And people who have more social interactions also seem to be less prosocial. So this is a scatter plot, a bin scatter, showing on the x-axis the daily interactions with Italians, and on the y-axis the donation in the dictator game and the trust game. And you can see that the correlation is negative in one case and basically zero in the other one. So we were trying to understand why this could be negative, and given the motivation that I also presented before, interactions might not always be positive, but it might also be negative, and people have talked to us about being insulted at work. So what we also have added to the survey was a section on discrimination and harassment in a way. And so we use a question, which is, have you ever been insulted because of the color of your skin or your nationality? And divide the sample between people who report to have been insulted before and people who report to have never been insulted before. The sample size is smaller, but then what we get is that in the case of people who have been insulted, which is this one, the donation in dictator game and trust game is negatively correlated with the daily interactions with Italians. But then if we look at people who have never been insulted before, the donation in dictator game and trust game is positively correlated with the daily interactions with Italians. If you have any questions, let me know. We then try to construct a measure of perceived cultural distance. So what we do is to take questions on values from the World Value Survey, and we ask people on a scale of from 0 to 5, how important is a certain value to you? And we call this first-order beliefs. And then we ask them to think about a typical Italian from the town in which they live. And then we repeat the same question. So, for instance, on a scale from 0 to 5, how important is family for this person? We refer to these as second-order beliefs. So the values that we consider are family, friends, leisure, politics, work, and religion. We then construct a difference between the first-order beliefs and the second-order beliefs. An increasing in the absolute value implies a perceived difference on these value in particular. And a positive value means that the refugee thinks that this aspect of life is more important to her or him than to Italians, while a negative value implies that it's more important to Italians. So what we see is that there's basically no difference as far as family is concerned, but there is a big difference, or like at least a difference, as far as leisure and religion and maybe partly work are concerned. So refugees and asylum seekers think that the religion is more important to them than Italian, while they think that leisure is more important for Italian than them. We then aggregate these 6 measures to construct one measure only. We take the sum of the absolute values and divide by 6 because these are 6 measures, and construct an index of perceived cultural distance that takes values between 0 and 5, and it's increasing in the perceived differences from Italian. So the first thing is that there's heterogeneity, and people do perceive a distance from Italians. And then we look at the correlation between this index and prosociality and employment. So I'm going to show here that perceived cultural distance is negatively correlated with daily interactions with Italians. So this could be to selection, meaning if I think that I'm different from some people, I interact less with them. But it could also mean that more interaction may lead me to think that I'm closer to the person with whom I interact, meaning that there might have been misperceptions before. So this is also important because an increased perceived cultural distance is negatively correlated with prosociality, both toward Italian and in general. So to summarize, this is evidence from a pilot study on behavioral measure and employment measure on refugees and asylum seekers. The contact with Italians is not always associated with an increase in prosociality toward them, but also, and this is probably and maybe because a negative experience actually reduces prosociality. Perceived cultural distance is positive for most of the people and seems to be decreasing with contact. Yes. So what the next steps will be, hopefully, is to move toward causality. So as far as the first research question is concerned, we wonder whether we can design an intervention that reduces cultural distance and thus see whether contact increases, or vice versa, whether contact decreases how far you perceive yourself from the other. And on the second research question, which was how do city characteristics affect social and economic integration, we would like instead to use administrative data to show that the assignment to a city is conditionally random. This has been told us over and over, and we are in contact with the Italian ministry to get actual administrative data to prove this. Once we do that, we would then like to estimate the effect of the city characteristics, like political characteristics, but also employment and job market characteristics on employment and social integration, and maybe, potentially, use this as instruments to understand what's the effect of one on the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amra. So this concludes the session with grad students today. I just wanted to reiterate how much of a pleasure it is to have you here for the Joint Data Center, really promoting research done by young academics, and work done by young professionals is key to our activities. So I really hope we stay in touch on your work and on the work we'll be doing. I hear that there is need for more data, and it's fascinating work that you've presented now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to wrap up with some housekeeping. Yes. So tomorrow, just we're starting at 8:15, so not too much drinking tonight, but the afternoon session will end 45 minutes earlier. So we initially planned to have 4 people, and then we had to cancel. So we are going to finish 45 minutes earlier on tomorrow afternoon, so that you could enjoy more of Copenhagen before some of you take the plane. So we are going to wrap up at 4:45, and it should finish at 5:30. A second point, so we have a cruise coming up, followed by a light dinner, and I think that's an opportunity to mingle. I think one of the objectives of today of this conference is also to create a community of scholars of forced displacement. Bear in mind that referees of your papers are very likely to be in this room, so that should be an added incentive. And also, let me remind you that there will be a conference on migration, broadly speaking, and forced migration is being part of it, and you are strongly invited to apply. So no further ado, I'm going to leave the mic to Charlotte, who's going to talk to you about logistics. I think Charlotte was not here this morning when the entire audience burst into applause for all the work she's been doing, so we could just renovate it.
Thank you, Tuan, and thank you all for so far two great days. It's been really a pleasure to have you all here. Let me grab my little map that I've created for you all. There we go. Thank you. So we're going on a boat. It's a traditional Danish canal cruise boat, but it has a roof, don't worry. But to be said is that seats are limited inside the roof, so the last one standing might be cold. No, that's a joke. So don't worry. there should be room enough for all of us. We are just on the bottom, and my colleagues, dear colleagues Frida and Vivian, will stand outside and just point you in the right direction. But basically, it's just a right turn when you have walked down the road, and then you see the water and you follow the stream. I'll go first. It shouldn't be a problem. We'll depart at 6:30, and we'll go on the boat for about half an hour, and there will be a guide on the boat, and hopefully he will give us an anecdote or two about the buildings that we will see and the harbor line of Copenhagen. When we arrive at the Black Diamond, it looks like this. It's the Royal Library of Copenhagen. And when you hear Royal Library, you might think old dusty shelves with books, but this one has been modernized, although they have kept parts of the old building. So do take a chance and have a look around also in the older part of the building where you can actually go into the libraries and get the Harry Potter feeling to it. One small note here is that there is a reception, another reception going on the ground floor. So don't be confused at which party you belong to. So when we walk in on the left-hand side of this photo there on the building, and the boat will dock just outside. And when you come in, just walk straight ahead and up the escalators, and that's us. And there will be unlimited drinks. So let's see how Tuan feels about that for tomorrow. And then there will be some, it's not a sit-down dinner, but a standing mingle dinner. So enjoy and yeah, have a great evening, everyone. And see you tomorrow, fresh and early.
By the same token,